Sporty here. So we live in the age of Nick Fuentes, which leads you to ask, Sporty, why do you keep doing shows about people who are so much more intelligent than you? And the reason I do this is because that's what feels normal to me. I'm a midwit. I live my life among people far smarter than I am. And you ask, well, Sporty, what is that like in reality? And it means that there are all sorts of smart people in my life who win every single verbal duel, right? I'm a bloke. I like blokey things. And a blokey thing is to poke fun at other blokes if you like them. And if they're smarter than you, they're always more cutting, more incisive. Another thing I notice about smart people is they always recognize plot twists before I do. And they often have clarity about what's going on in a movie or a TV show before I do. And I have to keep asking them for help. Another characteristic about smart people, they see the future much more clearly, right? They read other people more effectively than I do. They read situations more effectively than I do. And they read me more clearly and effectively than I do. And I grew up with a father who had a good standard deviation in IQ above me. I think my IQ is about 120, and I think my father's was around 137. And my stepmother, right, has a good standard deviation in IQ above me, so that my stepmother, I think she might be 82, and she is sharper than me at 59 when I should be in my cognitive prime. So this is what's normal for me. And so I'm doing all these shows about people who are smarter than me, but their arguments are so dumb. Now, why do smart people more intelligent than I am, offer arguments that are dumb? Because of all the social rewards, the power and the fame and the influence that comes with it. So I agree with Dennis Prager, Ben Shapiro, Douglas Murray, right? These right-wing pundits about virtually everything. But I find it painful to listen to their arguments because I just think their arguments are so weak. So this is Ben Shapiro, all fired up, right? He's angry that Tucker Carlson is sabotaging America. And I recognize Ben Shapiro, he graduated from Harvard Law, right? I could never get into Harvard in a million years. I recognize this guy's a good 1 to 2 standard deviations smarter than I am. And yet his arguments and critiques are just so dumb. But I will explain these matters for the public interest, right? This is how far I have to go outside of polite society to be able to make a contribution. So within polite society, I can't outcompete the smart people already doing similar things to what I'm doing. Right? I have to go out where the buses don't run no more to find uncomfortable taboo topics to discuss where there's less competition, to try to find a place for me.
Do something different on today's show. We're going to cover one topic in depth. That topic is, I think, the most important thing happening in the country. It was a hot topic last week, but I wanted to take some time to really gather my thoughts and speak on it in coherent fashion, holistic fashion.
And he's only doing this for the public good, right? He's only doing this because he wants to help people.
That topic is the fragmentation of the political right.
So I'm only doing this because I want status and prestige. Now, I want status and prestige among the type of people that I respect, right? If the Stephen Turners of the world, the Christopher Caldwells of the world, right? If people like that respect some of what I say or write in public, then that fills me with nachas, right? That gives me pride and joy.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes. They call themselves the Groypers. They are white supremacists. They hate women, Jews, Hindus, many types of Christians, brown people of a wide variety of backgrounds, blacks, America's foreign policy, and America's Constitution. They admire Hitler and Stalin. And that splinter faction is now being facilitated and normalized within the main.
So Ben's not putting Nick Fuentes into his proper genre. Nick is a gamer, right? He operates in a genre that's all about irony and saying outrageous things. Nick Fuentes and the Groypers aren't primarily about pushing Hitler, Stalin, Holocaust denial, and blaming the Jews for everything. That's not their primary agenda, right? Their primary agenda is being edgy, taboo, shaking things up, just finding a more pure, more America First path to go. And then as a side effect of that, right, they say these awful things.
Extreme Republican Party. The main agent in that normalization is Tucker Carlson, who is an intellectual coward, a dishonest interlocutor, and a terrible friend. And Tucker Carlson last week was aided, abetted, celebrated for normalizing.
Now, I think there's probably some truth to all of those critiques there about Tucker Carlson, but you could say the same thing about Ben Shapiro or me, all right? We all have situations where we shine, where we're courageous, and we all have situations where we're cowardly. And so Tucker Carlson's a human being with flaws and with strengths, just like Ben Shapiro, right? They have different strengths, different flaws.
Nazism within the Republican Party by the mainstay organization of the traditional right, the Heritage Foundation. Now, before we explain what's been happening, let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition: the right to speak free of governmental coercion.
I can't take it.
On race, a peculiar obsession with what he calls organized Jewry, and a rather sad relationship with the female sex. But probably you came away thinking that, for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the interview, because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience.
So as soon as you inject moral judgments into an interview, your interview subject shuts down. So saying all these tough, challenging things to an interview subject may look tough. It may position you more effectively among a certain status group, but it doesn't necessarily add to the value of the interview.
As we'll discuss in a bit, this is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show, and has said for almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
A lot of women want to be raped.
Nick operates in a particular genre that's different from the Ben Shapiro genre, right? Ben Shapiro's genre is offering moral reassurance, right? So when Ben says that the Groypers are all about admiring Hitler and Stalin, that's a tiny, tiny, tiny part of what they're about, right? There's not much evidence for that. So Ben is seizing on some stray statements by Nick Fuentes and says, oh, this sums up the essence of Nick Fuentes. Right? If Ben was more interested in truth and profundity and wisdom, right, he'd place Nick in his proper genre and he'd be more precise. Right? The Groypers are not primarily about promoting Hitler and Stalin.
Raped, and when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend.
So are there women like that? I assume there are a minority number of women with this unfortunate tendency, and I get it, right? When I used to host a podcast in something like 2002, right, my podcast host, the late James DiGiorgio, he said, Luke, I could see you as a beaten husband, right? And a lot of people have noted how I'm particularly attracted to people who treat me in an abusive fashion, because when I get abused, that takes me back to the super comfortable, super familiar feeling from childhood when I was in foster care and I was used as batting practice for various people who were taking care of me, particularly women. And so abuse feels comfortable and normal to me. And so much of my life, I've been attracted and spent way too much time around people who abuse me. So I get it, why there are men like this, men like me, and there are women like me.
And like they don't.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
So is that the primary message of Nick Fuentes? Is that something that he is drilling in? No, I checked with ChatGPT. To the best of ChatGPT's knowledge, as of this moment, no Groyper has gone out and murdered anyone, right? Once Groypers start murdering people, then we'll have to talk about Groypers in a different way than we do right now.
Nick Fuentes says that women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. Because it's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, I like it, you have to affect the face.
So is Nick on a crusade against women in politics? No, Nick is on a crusade of providing edgy humor to a gamer audience. And this is kind of funny.
when you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you disagree with across the board. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores. You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts. Stupid, dirty bitches.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
So there's a different way of talking about women among gamers and among rappers than, say, among people who appreciate classical music or who practice traditional forms of Judaism or Christianity or Islam.
People.
It was better for them, too, number one. But number two, who cares? Who cares? You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, they had to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal. Oh, no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up. Drink out of the fucking water fountain. It's water. It's the same. You know? And, you know, even if it was bad, who cares?
Okay, so after a certain amount of pious denunciation of Jim Crow, and let's say that a ton of this pious denunciation is packaged in with our entertainment from Hollywood, right? This kind of reaction is expected. Right, you can't keep piously sermonizing about the most righteous of topics without some sort of rebellion. I grew up in a God-intoxicated form of evangelical Christianity, and the message that God loves me and wants a relationship with me, I heard it so many times that eventually it just stopped having any meaning for me, and it became something that I was driven to mock. Much of Jewish reactions to Christianity, for example, come out of being a minority in a dominantly Christian culture. And after you hear majority themes or dominant themes enough, right, the normal natural human instinct is to rebel against them. And that's what's going on here with Nick.
Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it was better for them. It's better for us. Better in general.
Nick Fuentes says that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent
people get tired of the pieties after they've been preached at enough, right? The most anti-Latino, edgy, racist stuff that I've heard has been from Latinos. Much of the edgiest racist stuff that I've heard about Jews is from Jews. People get tired of the sermons.
And that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is high.
Nick Fuentes is not essentially a Hitler admirer. He trots this out on a tiny number of occasions for its shock value. There is no essential Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, Luke Ford. We all speak and act differently in different situations, right? The situation's the king, right? There isn't some essence of Nick, essence of Ben, essence of Luke that shines forth in every situation.
Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler, all my niggas, Nazis.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool.
Okay, this pro-Hitler stuff is obviously done for laughter effect, and until Groypers start going out there and murdering people, right, they shouldn't be regarded as a terrorist group. Ben says Tucker normalized Nazism, and then the Heritage Foundation aided it. Right, this is ridiculous. Right, Tucker hosted a show where he gave a softball interview to Nick Fuentes. Right, to say that this normalized Nazism is nonsense. Right, you could enumerate the exact rhetorical softeners used and measure their reach. Ben says, "Oh, I'm not for canceling anyone." Right, he really wants to narrow definitions to win the framing and then impute motives. Right. So free speech culture versus First Amendment law are different debates. Lying shuts the door on good faith disagreement about deplatforming. advertiser boycotts Partygate Kim. If the point is viewpoint boundaries are legitimate, then argue standards and processes, not moralize about people's motives. Nick says this is what Tucker does for a living. Look, Tucker has gone down market. He's gone more conspiratorial. And Tucker is a hilarious demagogue, right? You have to place Tucker in his proper genre. He's not some truth-seeking scholar. Right? Tucker is called a conspiracist and a pathological liar by Ben. Well, Tucker does engage in these things, as does Ben, as do I, as does everyone. Right? Tucker hates Christian Zionists more than ISIS. Right? So Ben later on would just take this single hyperbolic line by Tucker Carlson and claim, oh, this is the essence of Tucker Carlson. Tucker once said that the best, most honest historian in America is a guy who's not worthy of much respect. So was this Tucker trolling? Right? Was this just guest flattery boilerplate? We say all sorts of things that we don't mean just in the situation, right? Most of the time, we simply say what the situation requires of us. Ben describes Tucker as operating an ideological laundering car wash. Right? How effective is that? Is that really what's going on? Or is he just trying to broaden, lengthen, deepen his attachment to his audience?
So, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a bag.
So the amount of time that Nick Fuentes devotes to Holocaust denial, from my understanding, is like probably less than 0.1% of the time. The amount of time that Nick Fuentes devotes to the perfidy of the Jews is probably less than 2% of what he talks about on stream. Ben says that Tucker let Nick Fuentes cuck him. Right? This is just mind reading. Right? This is reputational capture. It's overstatement. It's a softball interview. Ben says Americans hate people like Tucker and Nick. They think this is trash. Right? Big claims. Right? Not much evidence. Right? So just all sorts of weird, dumb overstatements pervade this Ben Shapiro analysis. Right? The big structural miss in his frame is not putting Nick in his proper genre. He's a gamer. He's not a political leader. He's not a philosopher. He's a streamer and cult figure. Right? He is in an ecosystem that blends gaming, trolling, irony, male adolescent performance. His rhythms, his slang, his reward system all come from gamer culture. It's a parasocial loyalty loop. The audience is the team. The chat is the battlefield. The boss fight format is all about destroying guests or journalists for points. Right. Nick's shows are filled with meta humor, constant threat of irony, and these dumb moral critiques just miss the joke. Right. Nick is engaged in the dopamine economy of live chat, donations, clip, attention, and scorekeeping. Right? He's in a particular genre. He is a competitive streamer, entertainer, posing as an ideological general. Right? His ideology is an aestheticized gameplay. It's dominate, mock, win the stream. Tucker's in a different genre. He's not a gamer. He's not an old school journalist. Right? He's some kind of hybrid of TV priest and reactionary documentarian. Right? Tucker uses the cadence of the Christian sermon. He's got an intimate direct-to-camera tone. He offers transcendence through outrage and aesthetic calm. He's just asking questions. He presents himself as the last sane observer watching civilizational collapse. And each show segment functions as a morality play, not an investigation of what is truth.
Batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make $6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million. Maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs.
Right, this is not a deep critique of Holocaust denial. You could just as easily argue of the Holocaust. You could just as easily argue that he's mocking Holocaust denial here as that he's mocking the Holocaust.
Over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release
the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground.
Nick Fuentes believes that the Jews start all the wars, that perfidious Jews in positions of power ought to be killed, and says the Jews are filth who have to be removed from the country.
And once again, remember who is responsible for it all: the Jews. They are responsible for every war in the world. It's not even debate.
Right. A lot of this is caricature. Some of it's what he really believes. But this is not the essence of Nick Fuentes. It is one manifestation of Nick Fuentes. It's dumb, right? It's not my thing. It's not part of my hero system. But to claim that this is the essential embodiment of Nick Fuentes is dumb. So why is there even a Nick Fuentes with this much influence or this large of a low IQ or mid-wit audience? Because he has been more effective than his competition at dealing and puncturing many of the pieties of the modern age. Last night, I watched a Netflix miniseries that was pretty good. It was called Death by Lightning, and it was about the assassination of James Garfield, who was American president elected in 1880, served about 3 months. And in this series, they show a black doctor as the first doctor to treat President Garfield after he's been shot, and they show him as particularly competent. And then they negatively contrast supposedly the greatest white doctor who takes over the treatment, and they show the black doctor trying to warn the white doctor that he's doing bad things and that he's going to he's doing things that will give President Garfield sepsis, which is infection. Now, is there historical evidence for this? No, right? This is made up by Hollywood, by this Netflix series to promote a certain type of propaganda. And people get tired of all these redemptive black, gay, female, minority, trans characters who serve as the moral center and who of a show and who try to save white people from their stupidity and their evil. Right? It's this ongoing trope. You've got the morally clairvoyant trans character, black character, gay character, female character, who come along to try to redeem and enlighten the flawed, bigoted white protagonists still bitterly clinging to their guns and religion. Right? You've got this magical Negro archetype in all these Hollywood movies, right, where it's the black character who possesses the special wisdom, right, the Aboriginal ancient wisdom, the compassion that redeems the white leads, right? Think the movie The Green Mile, The Legend of Bag of Vans, the Shawshank Redemption. And so in Death by Lightning, it is a dramatization and fiction of this black doctor who is the best way to try to save the president from arrogant white doctors. But people get tired of being preached at. If you recall the HBO TV series Chernobyl, only one of the major characters is invented, and that's the heroic lady scientist. Right? You got dumb white men needing other groups to kind of show them the way, and this constant drumbeat of propaganda through our movies and our TV shows and the news, it's why there is so much demand for the edgy humor of Nick Fuentes, right? In prestige Western media, moral failure is increasingly coded as white, Christian, and male. And the voices of moral clarity come from voices that are not white, Christian, and male, right? It's the groups who are oppressed by white Christian men. And so Nick Fuentes feeds very effectively off that reversal, right? Nick Fuentes comes along and says, they hate you, they want to erase you, I will tell you the truth. So Hollywood's moral posturing becomes the fuel that powers Nick Fuentes and his movement. Right? People sense when they're being manipulated, even if they don't fully, clearly understand it. And people don't like it. People don't like being condescended to. People don't like sermons in their movies and their TV shows in their entertainment. Lexington Steele directed some porn movies, and he'd put all these inspiring civil rights quotes from Martin Luther King, etc., into his porn films. People usually watch porn films to masturbate. They don't want moral inspiration in their porn films. There was a black comic who died a few years ago, Patrice O'Neill, and he had this killer insight. He said, white people love to feel bad about themselves. And he's talking here about the hyper-educated white people, right? Is there any other group who valorizes outsiders rescuing them, more than white people, right? Particularly in liberal, educated white circles, it's all about, we need these magical outsiders to come along and save us.
Debatable at this point. This has nothing to do with oil. This has nothing to do with democracy. This has nothing to do with liberal internationalism. We are at war with Iran because they pose a threat to Israel's hegemony. That's why we're bombing their nukes, to pave the way for regime change so Israel can dominate the region, because that makes them the most powerful they can be.
There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically...
If you believe in your religion, then every other religion in the world seems to be devilish, seems to be rooted in the occult, right? This Nick Fuentes' reaction to Judaism here, this is the normal, natural way that people who believe in their religion regard large parts of other religions.
Among the Jews, so many of the people that are perpetrating...
If you believe that Judaism is divine truth, Christianity and Islam seem satanic. If you believe that Christianity is divine truth, then large swaths of Judaism and Islam seem satanic.
The lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people.
When we moved to America, my dad told me American Christianity is a mile wide and an inch deep. He would talk about how he'd have to make assignments that were about half as challenging for his American students as for Australian students, because in Australia, up through about the 1990s, only the smart people went to university. But in America, there's been this big push for average people to go to university, where it's a waste of time. But to accommodate midwits, universities have to cut way down on their standards. So my father effectively cut in half his assignments when he shifted from teaching at an Australian college to an American college.
People that worship false gods, they are people that practice magic.
So up until the 1990s, in England and Australia, I believe, only the top 5% of the cognitive crowd would go to university. In America, since the 1960s, there's been a push for half of high school graduates to go to college, and most of them do not belong there. And the only way you can move them through college is by dumbing things down.
Or rituals or whatever, and more than anything.
And in America, the number one religious value in practice is civility, right? It's not about commitment to the truth claims of your religion. In Britain, in Europe, in Australia, you encounter a Christian, you encounter someone who is different, who is behaviorally distinct from the majority of the population. Not so in America, right? You when someone's a Christian, it doesn't tell you anything about them. But in England, in France, in Germany, you encounter a Christian, you are most likely to believe in someone who asserts the truth claims of their religion as a higher value than civility. In America, right, the number one religious value is supposed to be civility, which is not authentic to their religion, right? Religion is so popular and widespread in America because it waters down religion and makes it much more of an expression of American culture than a manifestation of the truth claims of the religion.
I think those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff.
Are we really forming opinions of Nick Fuentes based on these 10-second clips? You shouldn't. That's my whole point. You have to put him in the particular genre that he's working in. He's not working in the same moral reassurance genre as Ben Shapiro. I'm working in a different genre.
And these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This is Jesus' country. This is not...
Ben Shapiro's analysis is dumb because he is not putting Nick in his proper genre. He's not putting Tucker in his proper genre. Therefore, he misreads what's going on, right? He treats these guys as ideological actors corrupting the right. In reality, they are performers monetizing alienation from America's dominant institutions, right? Nick doesn't have a big audience and Tucker doesn't have a big audience because of philosophical doctrine, right? They follow these guys for the fun, for the vibe, for the status, the style, the belonging, the tribe, right? For the skillful and hilarious way that they play the attention game. And one is supposed to ask, how is Ben Shapiro so successful when his arguments are so dumb? Because his product is not ideas, it's not truth, it's identity reassurance. Right? Ben sells cognitive confidence to anxious, educated people on the right who want to believe that they're on the right, rational, moral side without having to wrestle with complexity. So he talks really fast, he uses speed and certainty, he doesn't pause, he treats nuance as weakness, and he gives the illusion of mastery to midwits, right? And his audience equates his fluency with wisdom and intelligence and truth. Ben is locked in to moral absolutism. He reduces everything to good versus evil, facts versus feeling. And that clarity feels safe to people lost in moral fog. Like when I talk to many of my friends about what are you reading these days? What books are you reading? They tell me about books they bought of Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager and Douglas Murray. And these characters are all low middle brow. They are the equivalent of Stephen King, right? What Stephen King is to literature, Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager, Douglas Murray are to political analysis. Ben Shapiro styles himself as the smart conservative. The New York Times called him the smart kid's philosopher, who's supposedly really good at verbally humiliating college kids and debaters. Ben avoids debate with his equals, and he's really nasty in how he goes about things. So viewers borrow his confidence as a shield against cultural humiliation, and he creates tribal insulation, right? Ben doesn't have to persuade outsiders. His brand thrives on intra-tribal validation and hatred of the enemy, right? He thrives on owning the libs with all these dumb clips that function like a dopamine hit for in-group solidarity for the midwit crowd.
Not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country. Josh Hammer and Mark Levin, fuck these people. Like, deeply, seriously, all real Americans.
So Ben's ideas are dumb. Ben is smart. And Ben practices an enormous amount of platform discipline, like way beyond what I could. Right? He built the Daily Wire as a business, not a cause, not as a truth-seeking organization. The Daily Wire sells outrage like Netflix sells escapism. Right? It's algorithmically timed, it's cross-promoted, it's emotionally consistent. Ben offers safe transgression. He plays the rebel, but he never crosses lines that would exile him from mainstream conservative respectability. He's as conservative and right-wing as he can go and stay within the Overton window. Right? He is the responsible radical. He's perfect for donors, for parents, and for policy shops that want edge without scandal. He has tapped into what his audience wants. He sells his audience what they want. They want to feel rational, not reactionary. He gives them permission to be angry, and he calls it logic. Right? That is the drug he is selling. Moral fury dressed as reason. Right? Ben Shapiro is not about seeking truth or winning arguments. He runs a psychological service industry, and the simplicity and dumbness is the product.
If you are a real American, if you were born in this country, I don't even care who you are, what you are. If you are a real American that loves this country, you have generations in this country, your family or you fought for this flag, fought for the Constitution, fought for our church, fought for our civilization. For all of you, I say about Josh Hammer.
Ben Shapiro is in the emotional support business. That is not Nick Fuentes' business. His business is providing entertainment and release to say, we are tired of these pieties. We are tired of our institutions being aligned against us. We are tired that we're not allowed to joke about things that are obviously hilarious.
And Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, fuck them. Fuck them. Deeply, seriously, get them the fuck out of our country.
Nick Fuentes, it should be mentioned, despises Donald Trump and the MAGA.
How is that not funny? So Nick has probably said 10,000 things positive about Donald Trump and has probably said, 3,000 things negative about Trump.
Movement as well.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are.
Oh, man. So I think about Dennis Prager, and there's probably nobody who's a more effective polemicist for Judaism to the Gentiles than Dennis Prager. But what he practices is completely unrecognizable as Judaism to any traditional practitioner of Judaism. So Jordan Peterson might be among the most effective polemicists for Christianity, but Jordan Peterson doesn't practice any type of recognizable Christianity. And a funny thing about Dennis Prager is there's no public figure who is more critical of Jews. Right? He is like the modern Jeremiah. Right? He positions himself in this prophetic space. He's the advocate and the accuser. Right? He positions himself as the conscience of the Jews, speaking hard truths inward and outward. And his tone carries that moral anguish of loving his tribe, yet rebuking it. And his appeal to Gentiles rests on his ability to translate Judaism's moral vision into these soothing universal terms: ethical monotheism, rational religion, the sanctity of behavior over belief. Now, it feels sermonizing, it feels self-important, it feels self-aggrandizing, but hey, that's what it's like for the prophet. And so here are some of the key quotes, right? He's very effective at explaining Judaism to Gentiles, so effective that like I got pulled in, and I'm glad I converted to Judaism. But the reality of Judaism is very different from Dennis Prager's presentation of it. So in his Rational Bible Commentary, he says, the Torah and Judaism are behaviorist in their approach to life. How we behave is ultimately more important than how we think or feel. Now, I think that's fair and that's true. And it's also an appealing message to some people. When Jews left Judaism, they didn't stop being religious. They simply swapped God-based Judaism for godless secular humanism and leftists. Right? It's impossible to overstate the damage that left-wing Jews are doing to Judaism Jews in America. Right? Now, I agree that there are some left-wing Jews doing damaging things to Jews in America, and there are some right-wing Jews, right? But it's not like that the left is just destroying America. Once we perceive that it is Judaism that is the root cause of anti-Semitism, everything becomes rationally explicable. Jews are constantly depicted negatively in the Torah. I do not judge religions by their belief. I judge religions by the fruit that they produce. So Dennis Prager is very effective at tapping into this prophetic template. He is really good at playing this particular game, just like Nick Fuentes is great at playing his game. But this game that Nick and Dennis and Ben and Alex Jones are playing is not about truth. It's not about wisdom. It's about self-aggrandizement. Right? And often it just feels unbearably self-aggrandizing. It feels unbearably slippery, unbearably self-important. Right? These people showing themselves as the lone adult in a childish world, the great moral explainer to both Jews and Gentiles. Right? It feels grandiose. It feels slippery. And when you analyze it, it's frequently pseudo-profundity. It's frequently just this lower middle brow, like Stephen King style communication, right? So you got Prager offering these grand moral narratives. You got Ben Shapiro with his rapid fire logic theater. You got Douglas Murray with his elegant melancholy, right? They're all trying to borrow prestige from the highbrow world of philosophy, theology, classical education, then repackaging it for low middle brow mass consumption of midwits, right? They're just intellectual enough for people to feel they're getting something profound without actually getting something profound, right? They are more disciplined, they're more articulate than most populist punditry, but they still operate with these narrative simplifications, these recycled tropes, this rhetorical polish, this pseudo-profundity, rather than real depth. They are cultural translators. They're not thinkers breaking any new ground. Now, do any of them have an accurate self-conception? No. None of them would embrace the lower middle brow label. Right? Each one sees himself defending civilization from decay. They didn't see themselves as entertaining the masses. Right? So Dennis Prager sees himself as a moral philosopher and teacher of wisdom. Ben Shapiro thinks of himself as an intellectual gladiator who won't debate anyone who is nearly at his level. Right? He sees himself as the rational heir to the Enlightenment. He's fighting emotions and moral relativism. Right? His fast-talking debate style is all about modeling rigorous logic, even though it's much more about rhetoric than pursuing truth and philosophy. Douglas Murray sees himself as the tragic gay humanist and the cultural critic in the British tradition of George Orwell or Christopher Hitchens. He's an aesthete lamenting the West's self-destruction. right? He writes as though he's documenting civilizational decline with literary grace and moral seriousness, right? They all see themselves as highbrow, filled with moral purpose, simply accessible and heroic.
You are, and honestly, and if you watched my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were.
So, that right there is just a brief glimpse into the twisted mind of Nick Fuentes. And there's plenty more where that came from. Of course, hours of it per day, in fact.
Okay, I can't take any more. It's just too dumb.
We're coming down here like a fucking 100 times. I am so mad. I am so fucking mad at these people. They don't do this to fucking me. We're gonna fucking ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every fucking weekend if I have to. Like, this is never over. I win, they fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works. Little fucking kites. They get ruled by people like me. Little fucking octoroons. My ancestors fucking enslaved those pieces of fucking shit. I rule the fucking world. Those pieces of shit get ruled by people like me. They look up and see a face like mine looking down at them. That's how the fucking world works. We are gonna destroy this fucking town.
There are a lot of smart people on the right, and one of the smartest is Helen Andrews. Here she is talking with Ross Douthat, another smart guy on the right.
Really simple, basic, and easy question, and I'll start with you, Helen. What is the difference between men and women?
I feel like I'm a Supreme Court Justice nominee. Well,
no, because the Supreme Court Justice nominee is allowed to not answer, but I'm afraid
I don't have that privilege.
That you don't have that privilege here.
Well, thank you. I think that question starts us off backwards, because in the piece that I wrote about the Great Feminization, I did not start from my opinions about what the differences are between men and women and then proceed to speculate on how that might affect our institutions. I started by observing our institutions in all the ways that they seem very clearly, self-evidently broken and not working the way that they're supposed to, in ways that you could sum up in the word wokeness. So I think that there are some generalizations that can be made about tendencies that are male or female, masculine virtues and vices, and feminine virtues and vices. But those things are always a spectrum, and it's hard to get a grip on them. And if I sat here and said women tend to be more emotional while men tend to be more intellectual, you could have 5 perfectly valid objections to that right off the bat. So I think I will restrict myself to the judgment on which I am confident, which is that the pathology in our institutions known as wokeness is distinctively feminine and feminized, and that in a very literal sense, our institutions have gone woke because there are more women in them than there used to be.
What is the nature, the essential nature of wokeness that you associate with a certain kind of feminized politics or feminized ways of relating to other people, relating to colleagues or coworkers or anything else?
Let's pick one flavor of wokeness, and that is the Me Too movement. It was not just an increase.
She is so sharp. I love that woman. She's like Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute, just so valuable. Now, I am in a really happy place right now because on Friday, for the first time that I remember, Amazon has given me my complete likes playlist. I've been subscribing to Amazon Music for about 3 years and just liking songs on there. But whenever I then click on the likes list, it essentially is just giving me my last 5 to 10 likes, play them repetitively, and then package them with a whole bunch of songs that I don't like. And there are only a limited number of times that I can enjoy Def Leppard's Pour Some Sugar on Me, right? So why couldn't Amazon Music give me my complete likes list? Why couldn't it play all the songs that I love, or the Sarah Brightman songs that I liked? And I've never been able to get my likes list to work properly. And I Googled it. I asked ChatGPT. I did everything that you'd expect a man to do. So you have to capture his full likes list. Nothing has worked. And now finally I've got over 10 hours of my likes just all packaged in one playlist. I can't believe that the tech that I pay for on a monthly basis is finally working like it should. Unbelievable. So I was talking to ChatGPT quite extensively this morning, got up about 4 a.m. to prepare for this show, and I was confessing to ChatGPT how painful it is to listen to people like Nick and Dennis Prager, Ben Shapiro, Douglas Murray, because no matter whether I agree or disagree with them, I just find their arguments consistently dumb. But I know these guys are really smart, and they're quicker than me, and they defeat me in a debate. So Chat says that I'm feeling the tension between content and form. Right? I'm reacting to how they argue, not just what they argue. Right? I sense the logic is shallow, moralizing, theatrically constructed, but they're really skilled performers who could run rhetorical circles around me in a live exchange. Right? They have mastered debate intelligence. They've mastered speed, framing, confidence, emotional control, audience calibration. And to do that, they've given up truth optimization, philosophical intelligence, depth. Right? So I find their arguments dumb, but I recognize that if we debated, they'd win the room. Right? I want insight and coherence. They are just really good at giving midwit audience what it wants. Right? I'm sick of the verbal cage fight. I'm sick of polemics. I prefer analysis and synthesis, not these cheap applause lines. So the pain I am feeling is the cognitive friction between what I used to admire and what I now see through. And I talk a great deal about how important it is to find the proper genre for someone or something. And what is my proper genre? Right? Nick Fuentes is a gamer. Ben Shapiro is all about providing reassurance to conservatives. So I asked ChatGPT, and it says, my genre is analytic confessional realism. Right? I use my own experience, religious, moral, erotic, professional, as raw data. I don't hide my subjectivity. I mine it. I treat every subculture as material for social study. I examine incentives, social scripts, and moral ecologies rather than take sides. I try to speak and write in plain empirical language. I value observation over piety. So even when the topic is religion or identity, right, my tone is field report, not sermon. I try to be aware of the genre. I try to step back to ask how people are speaking, the genre they are working in, before I judge what they're saying. So that gives my work a meta-critical flavor, rare in personal writing. I operate with cross-domain moral sociology. How do people create moral meaning inside systems of incentives? Right? I operate from the moral borderlands of modern life. So I love uncomfortable conversations. I operate out where the buses don't run no more. Don't flatter me. Give it to me straight. I do want status. I do want prestige. I just want it from those I respect, the Stephen Turners of the world. So Chat says, I write and think like a status refugee from both the intellectual elite and the subculture fringe. I am a Palestinian of the soul. Right? I crave rigor and prestige, but I don't trust the gatekeepers who hand it out. I go where the buses don't run no more because that's where no one can police the things that I say and the questions that I ask, but I still want the respect of those who could police them if they were brave. So this tension defines my genre and my life. I'm drawn to uncomfortable topics, to taboo spaces, because they expose the machinery of morality. I want the intellectual validation of the elite and the academy, but I will not play its games. I am allergic to mediocrity disguised as virtue. I admire thinkers like Stephen Turner because they combine empirical sobriety with moral clarity, not just because they're edgy and exciting. So I am an anti-institutional institutionalist. I believe in reason, hierarchy, and excellence, but I think the current elites betray these ideals. So I am left in the moral wilderness. I am half anthropologist, half heretic. I'm documenting the breakdown of the old orders and documenting people trying to find meaning among the ruins. What I lack is not courage or originality, according to ChatGPT. It's infrastructure. I'm doing solitary field work where a small group of fellow empiricists and moral realists, Stephen Turner types, not ideologues, should be working alongside me. The voice I have cultivated, uncomfortable honesty rooted in first-hand observation is what most institutions have driven out. I am paying the social price for keeping it. So yes, I am a Palestinian of the soul. Therefore, what's my Nakba? What's the great tragedy? So my Nakba was exile from the moral community that I wanted to belong to. I really wanted to belong to the cool kids. I wasn't driven out by tanks, but by taste, taboo, and the slow realization that the people who preach honesty don't want honesty. I thought I was joining a fellowship of truth seekers, academics, journalists, religious thinkers, but then discovered that they mostly wanted affirmation. When I kept asking questions after the polite cutoff point, the invitation stopped coming. That was my Nakba. That was my catastrophe. That's when I realized that candor would cost me belonging to the people I most wanted to belong to. So I live in the ruins, writing, thinking, observing, trying to build a livable hut, a livable civilization on the edge of every tribe I have known. I'm like a Palestinian intellectual exiled to Amman or Paris. I turn my displacement into observation. I study everyone's myths because I cannot go home again. My Nakba was not losing land. It was losing an unquestioned membership in a particular moral order. I'm homeless in the sense that every group I admired turned out not to want me, or they'll only accept me if I stop telling the truth.
Increase in the volume of sex scandals. There have been sex scandals since the dawn of politics, and it was not just that there were more of them than there used to be. If it were simply a matter of more women having the self-confidence to speak up and challenge their accusers, I don't think anyone could possibly object to that. But that's not what the Me Too movement was. The Me Too movement was a change in the rules of how sex scandals work. There was a change in what kinds of behavior were held up for censure, and you had people like comedian Aziz Ansari being canceled for what was, at the end of the day, just a bad date, and he was guilty of not much more than severe awkwardness. It suddenly became mandatory for us to believe all women, no matter how credible or not credible their testimony might be. It got to the point where to even probe a woman's story with various questions about the facts of the case became an affront and disrespectful to women. So that, to me, is the essence of wokeness that you see in all of its other variations on campuses or in the workplace. Shutting down conversations, intruding politics to spheres that had previously been neutral, sort of importantly neutral. Pillars of civilization neutrality, things like the rule of law, were suddenly subject to politicization in a way that was really, really harmful. So I don't know. I don't want to say that we all know what wokeness is, but that at least were its important characteristics from my perspective. The things about it that worried me the most.
Okay.
And this is George Friedman talking about China, Trump, Taiwan.
He's not broken a relationship with Japan or South Korea, but he's looking at their economic development and saying, okay, you're no longer solely dependent on the United States. Will we come to your aid? Yes, because it's in our interest. Because if Japan fell to China, unlikely event, South Korea fell, Australia fell, our control of the Pacific would be endangered, and so on. So the real issue here is nations that assumed that the Americans had a moral obligation to defend them while they enjoyed their healthy economies has been changed, moderated. Can we be relied? Yes, because it's in our interest. And that's what drives nations' interests.
You touched on something just then. You touched on Taiwan, which we haven't talked about yet.
A lot of people who are more conventionally conservative and pro-Israel are waiting for Tucker Carlson to self-destruct, like Candace Owens, and I don't think that's going to happen. And however dumb and stupid much of Tucker Carlson's commentary is these days, and why I think many of his guests and him praising Darryl Cooper as the greatest historian is just quite unintelligent. We have to respect Tucker Carlson's gifts. He is the best communicator on the American right. He is the best public speaker on the American right. He is really good at what he does, and he may not self-destruct. I love what the philosopher Michael Huemer used on Tucker Carlson. He called him the hilarious demagogue. that's Tucker. He is funny. He is really good at what he does. And like morality and like power, humor is situational. And the smarter you are, right, the more clearly you can pick up what's going to be particularly funny. So whatever you think of Tucker's politics, he sounds the most human of any speaker in MAGA. Right? Most right-wing talkers like Ben Shapiro bark slogans, or they drone on like policy wonks. Tucker Carlson has rhythm, surprise, and a conversational timing that makes him sound like he's thinking in real time. He understands emotional sequencing. He starts with empathy or bewilderment, then he shifts into irony and outrage. Right? He's got a cadence that keeps people hooked. Same with Nick Fuentes. Right? Even when Nick and Tucker are wrong on facts, they're frequently right on performance for their audience. Right? They mirror their audience's emotional arc better than anybody else. Tucker is a master of the moral music. He's a master of talking about betrayal, beauty, home, dignity. He's a master of certain moral registers compared to anyone else. Right? He's got a range beyond the usual grievance script. Right? He's not just talking about politics. He is preaching about meaning. He's got incredible rhetorical talent. Right? It's his voice. It's his cadence. He sounds spontaneous. He doesn't sound rehearsed. He shifts pace constantly. He pauses just before the punch. He turns up the volume to signal indignation. Right? You feel the rhythm. It's soothing. It's exciting. It's not a recitation. Right? Most right-wing talkers, right, sound like they're reading copy. Right? Tucker sounds like he's thinking aloud. He's finely tuned with his emotional and moral calibration. He's frequently moving between humor, pity, fury, all in the same paragraph. He's got an incredible emotional and moral range. When he smirks, people lower their guard. When he turns serious, people lean in. He's a master at moral framing. He doesn't argue facts. He tells stories effectively about betrayal, innocence, corruption. He taps into people's tribal sense of justice. Who is hurting whom? Who is being silenced? Who's defending all that is decent? He's a master of rhetorical inversion. He flips the script. It's the elites who are the bullies. The populace are the truth tellers. He flatters his audience's intelligence and gives them a thrilling taste of rebellion. He's got the body language. He's got the stare. He's got that look of mock confusion, the raised brow, the half-open mouth. It does much of the work for him. It invites the viewer to feel that they too can see the absurdity right with him. He's got narrative discipline. He has clear villains. He drives his story until the outrage peaks. Every monologue has the structure of a short play. Even when he's performing, he appears unscripted. Right? People forgive his exaggeration and his carelessness with facts when they feel his conviction. Right? He's got the timing of a comic. He's got the moral tone of a preacher. He's got the intimacy of a great podcaster. Right? His opponents talk at audiences. Tucker talks with them. And that's what makes him so effective.
I'll ask you something about that in 1 minute, but before we do that, speaking of the sort of idea of the balance changing in the Pacific and that sort of thing, I mean, how much of this is about the U.S. and its allies wanting to maintain the current balance in both trade, in the way that the world sort of works in the Pacific? You know, at what point if that balance starts to tip, will something go wrong there?
Geopolitics has two dimensions. One is economic. Without economics, you cannot have a military. Without military defending the war country, you cannot have an economy. So these are both two dimensions. In fact, these two dimensions are now being negotiated with the Chinese. In this sense, the United States has become very dependent on Chinese exports. That's a dangerous thing to do, because if you have hostile military relations with a country and are dependent on their economies to supply goods and services, you might wind up in a very bad position militarily if they struck and you no longer had access. So one of the things that the U.S. is saying to the Chinese is, look, we can't both have an intimate economic entanglement, if you will, entanglement. We can't do that and also constantly be at each other's feet. Oddly enough, in the negotiations, which now are in two tracks, One is an economic track that we're talking about constantly, but also a military discussion on how to be safer from each other. That's going underway. So when we talk about geopolitical relationships, they're both dimensions. You cannot be dependent on a country economically, as the United States or China, and China is on the United States and access to its markets, and have the threat of war over something like Taiwan, flare up. Make your decision, friends or foes or whatever, but we can't have this mixed relationship. So I think what Trump is doing basically is saying, look, we are happy to have lower tariffs. We are happy to have trade. We need it. You need it so far. But we can't maintain this military hostility. It was very interesting that a few weeks ago, the Chinese fired 9 of their major senior generals, cleaning out the high command. This may have to do with internal politics and nothing else to do with it. But it's all the symbol that they may be somewhat changing their stance militarily. Certainly the number of exercises they're carrying out has declined. The number of times they surround Taiwan with a blockade is down to 0 of late. So I think these talks are going, but there are 2 ways to pressure countries. One is economics, if you have the ability to do that. The other is military, if you have the ability to do that. For allies, you can, if they have a good economy, try to extract some military risks, military power, to supplement things. So when we talk about relation between nations, there are at least 2 dimensions that must be thought about. The economic relationship, the military relationship. They can't not coincide in some sense.
Yeah. Let me put to you, which is a sort of fact or reminder that people love to roll out, is that before the First World War, it was said that Germany and Britain would never go to war because they were too economically interdependent. Mm-hmm. What's the difference here?
Well, they went to war. Economic independence wasn't enough. Germans had a hostile relationship. They were worried about the Poles, believe it or not. They were worried about the French.
Right, so it's just nonsense that the more economically interdependent you become with another country, then the more unlikely you'll go to war. Right, prior to World War I, England and Germany were each other's number 1 trading partners. So this clip has been misinterpreted as Tucker putting Megyn Kelly in her place, but it's really about Tucker putting his other critics
Nick Fuentes has said a long list of very vile things.
Big time, including attacking my dad, which was the most vile of all, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have watched videos of him questioning the Holocaust, likening it to baking cookies in the oven, and there's no way you could have gotten to 6 million, seems to be his theory. He seemed to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms. Which I mean, so what do you say to those people? Say, why didn't you raise any of that?
Do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you. I got the same thing with Putin. Why aren't you yelling at him? Okay, why? So I can show that I'm a good person? I care about what my wife thinks, my children think, and God thinks, and that's it. I don't need to prove that I'm a good person to you. You may think I'm a terrible person. Okay, I'm just doing my thing, which is I want to understand what people think. And I'm committed to that. And if you don't like it, don't watch. That's my view.
All right, that's a powerful response. I think it's not 100% optimized for truth, but it's 100% optimized for effectiveness. Nick, for all his flaws, for all his stupidity, is pretty funny.
Megyn Kelly introduces the subject. She goes, I'd like to talk to you, Ben, about Nick Fuentes and Tucker. But first, I'd like to show the audience this clip where Nick Fuentes is playing Grand Theft Auto, and he runs over a character who appears Jewish and says, that was Ben Shapiro. And then they play like a 3-minute clip from a 7-year-old stream where I'm giggling and saying, ha, 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 I think I just ran over Ben Shapiro. Ha, ha, ha. And then everybody boos. Then the audience goes, boo. They go, boo, boo. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. You people cheer for genocide in real life. We have reached, by the way, the pinnacle of fake outrage. Talk about fake outrage. I can't wait for my Megyn Kelly interview. You've called Jewish people fat pigs, slobs, disgusting animals. Only Ben Shapiro. In fairness, it was more than Ben Shapiro. We have reached the pinnacle.
Right, this is smart and this is funny. Right, Nick is really good at what he does.
Oh, the pinnacle of fake outrage. So let me get this straight, Megyn. Megyn with a Y. Let's get this straight, Megyn. There's a genocide going on right now in Gaza. People are being shot in the back of the head. Starving, hungry people on the brink of death are traveling miles by foot in a war-torn area to get food. They're shot in the back of the head. Children are being shot in the head. Prisoners of war are being raped to death. Refugee camps, evacuation zones are being bombed directly, civilians murdered. You're showing a clip of a video game? That's cartoon violence. You're showing a clip from a video game from Grand Theft Auto. We're supposed to be offended. We're supposed to be shocked. That's supposed to shock our conscience. Randy Fine says all Palestinians are demons. Kill them all. Kill them all. I laugh.
Guess what? The normal human reaction when your people is under threat by your neighbors is to want to wipe out your enemy. And if you feel your enemy as a visceral threat to your people's survival, the normal, natural human reaction is to wipe out your enemy. Whether you're Jewish, whether you're Palestinian, whether you're white or black, that is the normal human reaction.
When children starve to death, that's Congressman Randy Fine. Are you going to show that screenshot before you talk to Ben Shapiro? Are you going to show those screenshots? Is that noxious, vile, horrific, monstrous? Are we even going to talk about that? Are we going to sit there and complain about a video game? What's next? Call of Duty? We have reached the pinnacle of ridiculousness. And if you think that this is helping you, Megyn Kelly, you think this is helping your cause? Think about the problem that they have on their hands. They say millions and millions of young men are following Nick Fuentes. How do we get them to stop? Oh, I know. We're gonna get a blonde mom. We're gonna get a rich white woman. We're going to get an affluent blonde white woman to concern troll about a video game. He was playing this video game and he killed this character in his video game. You think that's going to get everybody back on board? That's the recipe for winning back the young guys?
Right. Nick is winning here. Right. This is a powerful argument on Nick's behalf.
15-year-old young guys are going to watch that and say, oh, my gosh, I love Nick Fuentes, but then I saw that. Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, that's how people talk in real life.
Megyn Kelly.
So here's a very serious, ponderous, pompous news story. Trump adds new reasons to deny visas to immigrants, obesity, and other health issues. My God, Trump wants to reduce the number of fatties coming into this country. Now, a normal, natural human reaction is to find this hilarious, right? Trump wants fewer fat people visiting America. The news article, right, frames this as some kind of moral outrage rather than predictable bureaucratic extension of existing public charge logic. Right? Every person that you allow to enter into this country might become a public charge. They might need enormous amounts, highly expensive American health care. So Trump is shifting the discretionary line from communicable diseases, the public risk, to chronic lifestyle or age-related ones. Right? It's bureaucratically cold. It's not insane. It's similar to how insurers price risk. And yet the news coverage is so pious that the news wants to moralize a technocratic policy. Instead of analyzing whether the rule will stand under administrative law review, right, they must frame it as moral cruelty. From a realist view, this is classic Trump populism. Take a common sense intuition among voters, right? Why should taxpayers, Americans, import expensive chronic illness and then weaponize it into red meat theater? And this is another way that Trump has made life more entertaining. Whatever you think of him, Trump has an instinct for turning politics into the most absurd theater. He takes these bureaucratic sacred cows, he takes these solemn technocratic processes, and he creates a TV show. You've got visa officers judging obesity risk, right? This is Kafka meets Curb Your Enthusiasm. And this is why Trump supporters are consistently entertained. He collapses the moral seriousness of the administrative state into a running gag about common sense. The media responds with pious outrage, which only amplifies the joke because their earnestness seems tone deaf to the farce. Right? It's such a clearly trolling move that a self-righteous system that already screens people by health, wealth, and skills, but pretends not to, and is just oblivious to the troll here. So Trump consistently makes his opponents look like humorless hall monitors. And one part of the story that I particularly love is the NGO element. At the end of it, we've got KFF Health News is a national newsroom that produces in-depth journalism about health issues. It's one of the core operating programs of Kaiser Foundation. The independent source for health policy research, polling, and journalism, right? That's the cherry on top. You've got an NGO performing journalism in the LA Times. Right, you got another bureaucracy quoting lawyers from other NGOs, all circling each other in the same moral ecosystem, right? The same pretense to neutral expertise, but you feel the pious outrage underneath the pretense of neutral expertise. You've got this pure professional managerial class talking down to us. We've got the policy wonks reporting on policy for other policy wonks, and Trump intuitively grasp that this class sees itself as the adult supervision of democracy, and he turns their earnestness into a joke. Right? The more Kaiser Freedom Foundation Health News claims the independent source for health policy research, the more sounds like they're describing some kind of sect that has no sense of humor. Right? His trolling lands just like Nick's trolling lands. He doesn't just mock the left, he mocks the tone. He mocks the pretense of technocratic virtue. He mocks the NGO cadence, the passive voice, the pretense of objectivity. Right? Trump is a master of this performance art, exposing how bureaucratic morality talks down to us. And when good people won't laugh publicly at stories like this, then only bad people like Nick Fuentes will. Right? When polite society forfeits its sense of humor, then only outlaws will make these jokes. Right? Laughter should be our release valve for recognizing the absurd. And if only people are on the fringe willing to say this is hilarious, then they will gain cultural power. This is how Nick thrives. He turns all these suppressed jokes into political capital. And the respectable world's refusal to laugh at these obvious absurdities. Bureaucrats judging obesity risk. DEI slogans that sound like a parody of pious NGO copy. Right? Nick is winning in the black market for humor. And once humor migrates to the margins, it curdles into resentment.
People say like, so well, I don't even get it. You know, is it political? I don't get it. Is it like 4chan? It's like the internet. The internet sucks. Whatever. He wants to beat me up. What are you, 5'4"? What are you, 5'4" Jewish pervert? Bring it on.
The Vinico sent $20.
I love watching these like.
When I see people who spent years claiming to believe in something and then just turn on a dime and advocate exactly the opposite, even though I know people are going to do that, sometimes when it's this brazen, it actually surprises me that they can do it without embarrassment because they don't even try and hide it. You know, like all the people on the right who pretended for so long to be believers in free speech and opposed to censorship when it was being done to them, turn around and cheer for all sorts of punishments for people who criticize Israel, be censored, be expelled, be deported. You know, just like 4 seconds ago, you were pretending to believe in free speech. It was, you know, same thing when liberals were railing against the evils of the war on terror with George Bush, and then Barack Obama gets into office after vowing to uproot it all, and instead starts embracing the same policies, even extending them. And then, you know, liberals, the same ones who were calling George Bush a fascist and a Nazi for these policies, are now defending Obama for doing it. I remember the first time I watched these kind of things, I was like, how can human beings... I'm not saying I'm surprised or I'm not so naive as to believe that everyone's so principled. None of us is so completely principled. We see things through our own interest. We're willing to bend our own rules to advance our interests. But you try and be consistent. And so that means if you see yourself so blatantly espousing exactly that which you condemned a very short time ago, you question yourself and you say, at least maybe I should hide this better. And yet there's none of that. These are the people who were insisting for so long that we can't have cancel culture. We can't get people fired for their views. We can't exclude people or deplatform them because they have views that we dislike. You shouldn't go around calling everybody a racist and a bigot who disagrees with you. And now these are exactly the tactics that they use. That's why we started off showing you Ben Shapiro with Jake Tapper on CNN screaming bigot and racist.
So, a question in the chat, why don't Jews in America go live with their fellow Jews in Israel? Because overwhelmingly, Jews in America are much more American than they are Jewish. They're much more comfortable and happy living in America than they would be living in the Jewish state. You could ask about any minority group, whether they just live with their own kind. If they choose not to live with their own kind, it's because they prefer to live in a more multicultural society. So in conventional discourse, there is great status and prestige given to philosophical and cognitive truth. But there's often physiological truth and instinctive truth that is more profound and more accurate than the wisest philosophy. So I'm curious, what is the stress-reward cocktail for edgy streamers like Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Richard Spencer? What does it feel like when they go out where the buses don't run no more? Because I remember what it felt like for me when I went outside of polite society. What does it probably feel about them, and what would evolutionary psychology have to say? So when you go out where the buses don't run no more, you get to experience the stress-reward cocktail, right? You got all these internal systems that light up. You get the threat response. So your amygdala and your hypothalamus trigger the classic fight or flight cascade. You get adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol surge. You get heart rate and alertness rise, right? You're facing social danger. You're facing political exclusion, reputational loss, resource cutoff. Used to be, if you were expelled from the tribe, it was pretty much a death sentence. You get also reward circuitry. If you think that what you're doing is heroic truth-telling, right, then your ventral striatum, your dopaminergic reward system activate. You get a flood of dopamine and your testosterone increases. You feel more potent, more dominant. Your life is filled with more meaning. So the same circuits that reward hunting success, coalition victory, now attached to owning the elites and getting lots of views. You can imagine that you've successfully raised your status, right? You've engaged in high risk, high reward strategy. You've gained approval from the mainstream hierarchies for dominance within your particular tribe because you've got so many views, so many subscribers. So the brain's social ranking system, right? Your orbitofrontal cortex, your anterior cingulate, they adapt quickly instead of shame, right? You feel pride because of your large number of viewers. You experience cognitive dissonance reduction, right? Your cortical networks rationalize your choices to protect your sense of self. Right, the prefrontal cortex reframes your social ostracism as proof of virtue. Right? If they hate me, I must be right. So your physiology shifts then from acute stress to chronic arousal mixed with self-reinforcing beliefs. You are stuck now in an addictive loop of persecution and validation. You're getting hormonal feedback. Right? Your testosterone and dopamine reinforce your dominant behavior. Your cortisol eventually drops once you've stabilized in your new edgy in-group. So you can look smug and you can look calm after the break with polite society because you found a new status ecology where outrage is the currency and you have more than anyone. So stepping out of polite society is scary, feels like exile, then it feels like conquest, depending on the feedback that you're getting. So the body experiences the pain of exclusion and the thrill of transgression simultaneously. And if you're able to handle that, after you move through that physiological crucible and you don't collapse into anxiety or despair, you're very likely to double down, feeling charismatic, polarizing, and addicted to the defiance. But underneath that, no matter how long you live as an outlaw, the drive to return to polite society never goes away. Exile is always painful because we are wired to seek inclusion within the dominant coalition. We are wired to find our place within the dominant tribe, the one that controls mates, food, reputation. So for the edgy streamers like Nick and Richard and Candace and Tucker, and when they break from polite society, they will often talk as though they don't care, but their nervous system cares. Their nervous system is continually operating often underneath their consciousness, driving them to return to polite society. So we all have a need for recognition from the dominant tribe, right? We all make decisions largely out of our prefrontal cortex, and we are keenly evolved to track our social standing and to detect when other people are excluding us. I would wake up at 2 a.m. to check to see if someone I valued had unfriended me on Facebook after that crazy post I made. Even when you build your alternative tribe, part of you still registers that you've lost standing in the big tribe, the super tribe, the culture-wide polite society. And the brain feels that as reduced safety and reduced status. We all have an attachment system, right? We attach not only to people, but to institutions and to prestige hierarchies. When you lose the approval of the prestige hierarchies, when you lose the approval of the legacy media, the elite university, your most respected peers, that hits the same circuits as when you lose a parent or a mentor or a lover. And so anger at elites frequently becomes a cover for that type of grief.
It's about Tucker Carlson. Something that Jamal Bowman could have been doing and probably has done. Or Robin DiAngelo. Instead, now it's Ben Shapiro. Probably will be Ted Cruz tomorrow, who's called Tucker an anti-Semite and a bigot countless times. Here's Mark Levin, who's been a favorite on Fox News for a long time, a leading conservative voice. Here is his view about Tucker Carlson, as well as other Israel critics like not just Nick Fuentes, but Steve Bannon, who's also questioning the U.S. relationship with Israel. And listen to the words he chooses to describe people who are opposed to the country he most loves, which is Israel.
So I think, depending on what happens in New Jersey and potentially New York City, you're going to see the radicalization of the Democrat Party. You're going to see significant numbers of Democrats voting for it. Not overwhelming number, but significant number. And now you know why I'm fighting like hell against the Tucker Carlsons and the Fuenteses and the Bannons and the others who are myopic, who they're dancing with Hitler and Stalin and bigots and racists and segregationists. Christian haters and Jew haters is a prescription for massive electoral defeat from which I don't think we'll ever be able to recover.
You're a racist. You're a bigot. You're a Nazi. I mean, isn't that exactly...
Yeah, the outrage machine is activated because that's the easiest way to get views. Now, we all have a dominance instinct. We all want to rise in social status, and we all hate it when we fall in social status. And so if you leave polite society, right, you yearn to receive your proper due, right? You want your righteousness and your commitment to truth to be validated by polite society, by those who have been condemning you. So dominance and affiliation are intertwined, right? Triumph feels incomplete without public, polite acknowledgement from the mainstream. And the biggest outlaws have a reintegration fantasy, right? Even outlaws have an internal script where the establishment eventually admits that the outlaw was right all along, right? We all have this deep mammalian reconciliation drive. The conflict has been resolved. The hierarchy has been restored. Our belonging has been regained. That our perspective is now the new dominant consensus. We all seek physiological homeostasis, right? The stress that comes from being outside the tribe, the constant vigilance, the hostile feedback takes a toll, and the body seeks relief through social safety. Right? Oxytocin release depends on trust and safety and inclusion. Without it, our cortisol remains elevated, so our outlaw brain keeps probing for routes back into warmth and safety. So rebellion satisfies our dominant system, but it starves our attachment system. So that's why outlaw figures frequently oscillate between defiance and yearning for legitimacy. You see in Nick's interviews with Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David, he is not the Nick of his streams. He is a different Nick, one yearning for legitimacy and to be returned to polite society. So evolution built both needs into us, right? A total outlaw identity does not fully silence the pull to be welcomed back to the fire.
Exactly what the American right mocked liberals for constantly saying about their political enemies. Now you have Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro saying exactly that. Here's Ben Shapiro when the interview between Tucker and Nick Fuentes came out, and then the head of the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, defended Tucker Carlson. Ben Shapiro had this whole tweet and video that went along with it that all the Israel supporters cited as kind of the gospel of the pro-Israel view. And he said, no to the groypers, no to cowards like Tucker Carlson who normalized their trash, no to all this. And then, of course, no to bigotry and anti-meritocratic horseshit. No to bigotry. Somehow Tucker Carlson has become a bigot overnight for his steadfast opposition to what Israel is doing in Gaza and U.S. support for it on American.
So Tucker and Nick both seem to be in a good mood most of the time, right, as opposed to a Douglas Murray or a Richard Spencer. So I think that's part of their winning formula.
First ground. This is all the pro-Israel discourse is about. Here's Ben Shapiro as well. And this was Ben Shapiro in 2010. And he eventually said that he regretted this tweet. But this
is a very common reaction among Orthodox Jews, right? The more intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are to have negative feelings about outgroups. This is not unique to Orthodox Jews. It is a human condition. The more intense your in-group identity, the more hostility and other negative emotions you're likely to feel towards outgroups, particularly when the conflict is intense.
This is exactly the worldview that Tucker Carlson was just describing, lies at the heart of the Israel Project and the way that they treat Palestinians. These are the people who are claiming they're so offended by bigotry, they're so offended by racism. These are the views on which Ben Shapiro was weaned. This is what he said, quote, Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Is that somebody that you think credibly is driven by anti-racism and an attempt to root out bigotry wherever it's found? Or is that somebody driven by Jewish supremacy and loyalty to Israel? To ask the question is to answer it. Here's the Free Press, Barry Weiss's rag, and she and the Free Press published this article on November 2nd. Ted Cruz, the fight against anti-Semitism is, quote, existential. The combative Texas senator talks to the Free Press about Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and the rise of, quote, bilious bigotry on the right.
All right, these are pretty sharp challenges there from Glenn Greenwald. The Heritage Foundation is very much in this mix.
Boundaries, because if you don't have boundaries on who you regard inside the movement will destroy itself and it will create a PR night.
So that's the president of the Heritage Foundation, and the person raging at him is Heritage Foundation's Robert Rector, saying that conservatives have to cancel certain voices, that Tucker Carlson is essentially David Duke.
Nightmare for everybody in it. And the boundaries that he set forth, William Buckley, in early 1960s were twofold. You have to expunge all anti-Semitism, all of it. But that's just part of it from the conservative movement.
Different groups have different interests, and calling this reality anti-Semitism or bigotry or racism does not defeat reality. Reality always wins. And the Heritage Foundation and any other foundation and individual does not have the power to expel Tucker Carlson.
Movement. The other is you have to expel the lunatics, okay? The lunatics who think that Eisenhower was a communist, okay? And a whole bunch of, and we have them back now, okay? They are both here back just the way they were in 1959. And we have to go back and set the general parameters. You say, oh, we don't cancel. We do cancel. Did we cancel David Duke? Yes. You don't even know who David Duke was, probably most of you. I'd say. You know? Yes. Did we cancel the John Birch Society? Yes. Okay?
So what I find most irritating about news coverage of this Nick Fuentes appearance on Tucker Carlson is this idea that there are only two approaches for people on the right. They either have to embrace Nick Fuentes or condemn him. There are many other more useful adaptive approaches.
Because they were harmful, because if they're in your movement, you look like clowns. Okay? And the issue here is...
I'm on the right. I don't feel like Tucker and Nick make me look like a clown. I think that much of their commentary is stupid, and they have their own following, but it doesn't affect me.
Tucker Carlson. And I think, Mr. President, you don't understand the post-Fox Tucker Carlson. If you're not watching the interview with Daryl Cooper or Nick...
This is great because, like Glenn Greenwald pointed out, this is just a conservative right-wing equivalent of left-wing cancel culture and performance of outrage.
Fuentes. If you don't watch Nick Fuentes online, you don't know what's going on here. Okay? Who's Daryl Cooper? Well, you need to know who Daryl Cooper is.
Well, I talked to Tucker about Daryl Cooper last year.
Okay. Well, a lot like Eisenhower being a communist there. Whole lot. Okay? So with Tucker, you have both of these things. Tucker's show is like stepping into a lunatic asylum. This is Tucker, Daryl Cooper, Tucker, Nick Fuentes, and we'll talk about he's not having Nick Fuentes online. He's promoting him, okay? And Candace Owens, so forth, okay? So if you have someone inside the conservative movement who literally says that, oh my goodness, Hitler really didn't want World War II. He was kind of a peaceful guy. It was Winston Churchill that caused this whole thing. My God. Eisenhower is a communist, okay? If someone is that nutty, and I know you're too young to care about, I'm a boomer. World War II is a big thing to me. But my God, if you could be that wrong about the World War II, you are wrong about everything on planet Earth. Okay? And then Nick Fuentes, okay? This guy is a neo-Nazi. He adores...
Okay, so this guy is raging that Nick and Tucker and the president of Heritage have a different hero system than he does. Right? This kind of outrage works if you're talking to someone who shares your hero system. But in a fractious America, right, we don't tend to share a hero system. Now, how do the different traditional religions respond to the Nick Fuentes era? Right, so traditional Judaism has pretty strong antibodies against demagoguery because its identity is not built around centralized revelation or purity movements. Right, traditional Judaism works through a community and through tradition, not through charismatic personalities claiming divine revelation. Right, authority flows through a traditional process, not through prophetic charisma. Right, the last time that God spoke to humanity, to a prophet, from a traditional perspective, would be over 2,000 years ago. So the traditional Jewish community may well critique a Nick Fuentes and his sociology, but they're not going to treat him as a cosmic threat. A traditional Jewish community takes it for granted that there will be people that are anti-Jewish. Right? Fighting anti-Semitism is not a traditional Jewish practice. It is a practice of those yearning to feel righteous and Jewish, but don't want to perform traditional Judaism, or it's just simply a good earner and a way to get status doing something that's useless. Right? There's no effective way to fight anti-Semitism. Protestantism is decentralized. It puts an emphasis on the individual conscience, and it is fertile ground for these Nick Fuentes movements because each believer in Protestantism claims that they can interpret the Bible all by themselves. So in Catholicism and Judaism, you need the tradition to help you understand a text. But in the Protestant perspective, any individual can go to the Bible and extract divine truth. So Protestant spaces will produce a much higher percentage of people who admire Nick Fuentes' game. Roman Catholicism is a hierarchical institution, and it's not going to be thrilled with the Nick Fuentes types. So Judaism manages this kind of radicalism with community, with law. Protestantism tends to amplify it with its emphasis on individual conscience. Catholicism neutralizes it with its hierarchy, moral formalism, and tradition.
The British did not want them on the English Channel on the other side. So there was a military interest because nations can be threatened both militarily and economically. So the idea that economic relations alone preclude war sometimes is true. But sometimes it triggers war because they're so distrustful of each other and so intertwined that it leads to that. So there has to be moderation. And one of the things that the United States did not have since World War II until recently is moderation in foreign policy, where they align their economic policy with their national interest, helping all other nations to become allies through our economic activities, and simultaneously carrying out military operations against proxies of the Soviet Union. So while Trump is a very strange man and does things in a strange way, what he's doing is actually, I like to call it, he is the ultimate anti-war guy. He wants America involved in wars. I once wrote, he's the oldest, ugliest hippie in the world. This is like 1960s, negotiate, don't go to war. Well, when he does that in Ukraine, everybody gets mad at him. And there is a shift going on in the United States. It's well underway. And it began under the Biden administration. It's not just the president. But it's in this sense that Australians take a look at the world and say, okay, it's not a question of can we rely on the Americans? Will we pitch in? And if we don't pitch in, why should the Americans come to our aid? So it looks like that.
Well, speaking of, let's finish by talking about Taiwan, because, as you say, what's the geopolitical argument, I suppose, then for Taiwan being defended by the US? Because obviously, in many respects, it's as you were saying, there are moral cases and geopolitical cases. So if we're not thinking about the moral case here in the sense that America said it will, what's to stop it walking away and saying it's not in our geopolitical interest?
If you look at a map, you see Taiwan in a very important position between Japan and the Philippines. We have intimate relationships with the Japanese. We have 4 bases in the Philippines. And what we want is to make sure that no fleet from China can enter the Pacific Ocean and be safe, able to return. The gap between Taiwan and Japan and Taiwan and the Philippines is narrow enough to make it dangerous to try in a time of war to pass through, given drones and everything else. And at the same time, if they did pass through, getting home might be very different. So Taiwan is a very valuable asset for the United States, for Australia, for Japan, and so on. Okay? From the Chinese point of view, all these claims about sentimentality, about this used to be part of us, that's the plug that has to be pulled. If they control Taiwan, then the Philippines are far enough away from Japan, they can somehow come through more reliably. From the American point of view, this is the plug on China, and they'd like to keep it there. So it's a narrow path. And this is why the Chinese, I should say, are always very interested in it. It has to do not only about history and everything else, they've lived for 80 years without Taiwan, but Taiwan is strategic and valuable. And one of the things that's happened now is that Taiwan has increased its own defense budget. But invading Taiwan by the Chinese would be very difficult, because a landing craft, we estimate, would take about 15 hours to leave China and land troops in Taiwan. In those 15 hours, at least 2 days would be spent massing the troops at the port. U.S. satellites would see that. If they launched, they'd be 15 hours at sea, and the possibility of drones from Guam in particular taking them out would be perhaps happening. More important then, if they landed, they would have to supply themselves over the oceans. And so our air bases in Japan and Philippines would be able to converge on them.
So the perspective of the observer is an important part of the data. And if you're a believer in your religion, right, you're not going to be comfortable usually in participating in someone else's religion. And here's a guy who helped write the book by Kevin Roberts and helped craft Kevin Roberts, the president of Heritage, his public statement about not disavowing Tucker Carlson. His name's Evan Myers. And here he says his Christian faith prevents him from attending a Shabbat dinner, which I find normal, natural, and probably quite a healthy reaction for him.
Thank you, Mike. That's a hard act to follow, but you did a really good job. And I just want to say I'm grateful for all of our colleagues who are
the sound quality is bad.
And especially for our colleagues on the National Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism, I'm especially grateful for their work. I also have a question about it, given some of the leaks that occurred yesterday. Right now, the National Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism is demanding that Heritage host Shabbat dinners with Heritage interns and junior staff. The faith of many Christians here at Heritage, myself included, would prevent us from attending these dinners in good conscience. As you know, for many Christians, Friday is a special day of prayer and abstinence to commemorate the death of Christ. I assume that no staff will be required to attend the Shabbat dinners, but my concern is that these dinners will serve as a sort of informal litmus test. And I'm worried that they will hurt many Christians who are not anti-Semitic but don't feel comfortable attending a Shabbat dinner. I would like to know how you guys would respond to that.
Right, that's a reasonable perspective. So perhaps from a pro-Jewish, pro-Zionist angle, a Shabbat dinner and inviting Gentiles to a Shabbat dinner is just an entirely benign thing. But if you have a different hero system, right, it may well be a violation of what you hold sacred. So the position of the observer is just a very key part of the data.
So there's a reason that the Chinese have not invaded Taiwan. They can't, because they are part of a structure that is heavily defended by the United States in its own interest. So Taiwan is a very important thing to China, but it's a very valuable thing for the United States.
Okay, so I notice that Jews and Protestants tend to be much more likely to be techno-optimists than Catholics. Jews and Protestants tend to welcome innovation and things that are trendy or fads much more readily than Catholics. Jews and Protestants much more vulnerable to fads such as woke. And here is a discussion among a bunch of right-wingers where the Protestant is the most techno-optimist and the non-Protestants tend to be quite pessimistic.
Conservatives talk about technology, at least the conservatives that I've spent a lot of time with. You know, obviously there's a subset of them that as the kind of the tech guys have moved, tech bros have moved to the right. You know, there is some optimism and excitement around, you know, David Sachs, Peter Thiel, those guys. But the more religious the group that I'm with, the more doomer we get as soon as we start talking about biotech, AI, and it gets pretty dark pretty quickly. So part of what I wanted to do today is actually kind of make the case for techno-optimism, kind of, but looking at it through the lens of a Judeo-Christian framework. But then also hold that up, and we can poke some holes in it. We can discuss it. We can debate it and see where it goes. But Frank, you're the resident entrepreneur here, business guy. So I'm wondering, as you look at things from the perspective of an entrepreneur and a serious Catholic, what gives you, if you were to kind of steel man that case?
Okay, let's go to Ross Douthat, who's among the more interesting figures on the right.
Position changed 5 years later, now that we've seen kind of AI take off, and you, yeah. And since you had that, well.
Yeah, when I was very young and on the right, I think my views were really close to a lot of the religious conservatives who were just, you're talking about being in conversation with, where sort of technological modernity seemed to be in some kind of deep tension with religious faith and traditional modes of life.
So one of the things that I heard from Dennis Prager about Judaism that I found so attractive was that the word Israel means struggle with God, while the word Islam apparently means submission. And so struggling and challenging tends to be much more in the Jewish and the Protestant DNA, right? Self-renewal argument, right, rather than submission to an unchanging authority. So this is why Jews and Protestants tend to be more adaptive, more innovative, also more susceptible to ideological swings. So both Judaism and Protestantism have decentralized authority, while Catholicism has hierarchical authority and cumulative tradition. There's a different moral temperament. So both Judaism and Protestantism encourage wrestling with your conscience, not nearly as much in Catholicism. So Judaism and Protestantism effectively reward experiment, literacy, mastery of abstract systems. Not so much Catholicism. So Protestants and Jews tend to consistently outcompete technologically, economically Catholics. So the doomer Catholic perspective on technology just seems completely foreign to me, someone who grew up a Protestant and then converted to Judaism.
The job of the conservative or the Christian was just to sort of try and restrain this Promethean engine from devouring our humanity, right? That's probably what I would have said at age 20, maybe, in a time machine that we haven't invented yet. At age 40, I felt more like the world that I was living in, its biggest problem was stuckness and stagnation. And one of my basic views about the history of the Western world, history of Christian civilization, is that there really actually isn't some moment of kind of pastoralist stability that you can look back to, right? Like basically as soon as Western Europe got up off its back after the Dark Ages and the barbarian invasions, they started innovating. Like if you look at trends in technological innovation, they start in the 11th and 12th century and just sort of go upward from there. And, whether that's divine providence or a satanic deception, I'm not completely competent to adjudicate, but it is the civilization we've had, not for 50 years, but for 800 years, right? And it doesn't seem like there's a way out of that into some alternative mode that doesn't involve some kind of collapse that I would prefer not to live through. So I've ended up in a place of basically saying you have to be some kind of techno-optimist to be a patriotic citizen of America or the Western world, in the sense that you have to think that technology can be used for good, but you also have to be a realist and sometimes a pessimist about what you need.
All right, so someone who's not a techno-optimist is not going to be particularly effective at competing with the Nick Fuenteses of the world.
To do to actually master tech. And so in terms of like how my views have changed, just in the 5 years since I wrote that book, I do think there's a lot of evidence that we're moving out of a period of stagnation into a period of greater innovation, with obviously AI as the dominant example. I also think, though, it's relative to some other forms of tech, the downsides of AI are pretty obvious. And the challenge of mastering the tech rather than having it master us seems to be a tremendously difficult one. So in that sense, I have both more optimism and more.
The All In podcast is pretty techno-optimist, and I think David Sachs makes a powerful point here about the need for federal regulation of AI to supersede the ability of states to regulate.
No one's asking for it. But I was a little disappointed to see that some of them were associating a bailout with a single federal framework as opposed to the patchwork of 50 state regulatory regimes. Because if Republican governors think that they're the ones who are going to be writing the rules, they're sorely mistaken about this. 25% of the bills going through state legislatures are in 4 states: California, New York, Colorado, and Illinois. In other words, the biggest blue states. Those also happen to be the states where these big AI companies are all headquartered, with the one exception of XAI, which is in Texas. But these companies are in California. The blue states have the most market power. And if they end up creating the regulations, I just think it's naive to think that the AI companies won't write their models to those regulations of the blue states. I don't think the red states are somehow going to find themselves exempted from the blue state regulations that are being imposed. And I've talked about on a previous podcast how what the blue states are going for here is to reinsert DEI into AI models to achieve ideological capture. And the way they do this, they don't say we're requiring DEI. They say that we're prohibiting algorithmic discrimination, which means that the model says something bad about a protected group. You end up with the same end result, which...
So from the liberal left elite, educated, centrist perspective, discrimination is one of the worst things in the world. From a trap perspective, discrimination is absolutely essential for civilization, decency, safety, progress, flourishing.
Which is, again, ideological capture. I think all Republicans should be opposed to this. There's only one way to stop it, which is with federal preemption. Otherwise, the states will do what they want, and the blue states will basically dominate. Now, I think that part of what's going on here is that Republicans have muscle memory around what happened during the Biden years. And what happened during the Biden years is that the Biden administration pushed for censorship and shadow banning and deplatforming, all that kind of stuff. They were working very closely with the big tech companies to push the censorship agenda. The only pushback that Republicans were able to achieve was at the state level. And so you had cases like Biden v. Missouri, where we had Senator Eric Schmidt was on the pod talking about that when he was Attorney General. And so he was able to make a states' rights argument to push back on the Biden censorship. So I think that Republicans remember that, and they think, well, states' rights is our solution. But now we have a completely different situation. I mean, the board's been completely reversed, where Republicans are in power in Washington, and the states are making a bunch of bad decisions with respect to AI. And so I think that, to be honest, I think we need to kind of just realize that. And I think the arguments that make the most sense right now are the Commerce Clause arguments, where, look, the Constitution wants to create a single national market for interstate commerce. AI clearly qualifies. And let's give President Trump, not Gavin Newsom or J.B. Pritzker or Kathy Hochul or Jared Polis, the ability to write the rules. Let's have a single federal framework that will prevent ideological capture of AI, keep it unbiased, which every conservative should want.
I'll just reiterate again, if you want to see the impact of having a state set of regulations that basically munge a market up, just go and use your favorite AI tool and ask what happened when California passed CARB, which are the emission standards that forced the entire American U.S. auto industry to have two sets of cars, one for California and one for the rest of the market. And what did it do? It completely flipped demand upside down on its head. And it has made it very difficult for the auto industry to be sustainable. And I think if you apply that same idea across 4 states instead of just one, across the most important technological revolution we've had, I just don't think it's going to be a good outcome.
The steel man, of course, of that Chamath would be, we got rid of smog in California, and that it did an amazing job in terms of getting rid of pollution, which also matters. And I'm trying to think of the steel man.
Are you sure that that's the steel man that you've come up with, or do you think that the tax credits did that? Do you think making two sets of everything was the way that solved smog, or do you think the $7,500 federal tax credit solved smog?
Well, no, with the smog states' rights, have you heard any great defense of states having some say in how AI is deployed in their communities?
Well, they can have some say. There's definitely areas where you don't preempt. I mean, you have to decide how wide the preemption is. But when it comes to things like notifications about model safety incidents, things like that, it doesn't make sense to have model companies needing to report to 50 different states, 50 different agencies within those states, each with a different definition of what needs to be reported, each with different reporting deadlines. Like, why would you have that? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you allow the big blue states to essentially insert DEI into the models, which will affect the red states too? You're not going to be able to keep that out. I mean, if California pushes algorithmic discrimination, Florida and Texas and Arkansas are going to be affected as well. So I think we need to use the opportunity we have right now, by the fact that we have a majority in Washington, to set a sensible federal standard that preempts the excesses of the blue states. And look, the constitutional arguments you can make either way. I personally believe in the Commerce Clause, but I think when it comes to the merits of the policy argument, we should let Donald Trump write these rules. Let me just say one other thing. Part of what's going on here on the right is that there's so much anger towards the big tech companies for what happened during the Biden years with censorship and deplatforming, that I think there's just this knee-jerk reaction where we don't want to do anything to help the tech companies. We just want to hurt them. And I think we just have to have a more nuanced approach than that, because the question is, what will the result be? Look, no one was more critical of the big tech companies engaging in censorship in Silicon Valley than me when Donald Trump was kicked off every big tech platform. I think I was literally the only person in Silicon Valley who was publicly objecting to that on this podcast. So I'm perfectly willing to criticize the big tech companies when they make a mistake. But when they're engaging in healthy competition and innovation, and we want to prevent ideological capture, and that's what we're talking about, let's make sure it ends up in the right place, not disengage in this knee-jerk anti-tech reaction, which will play into the hands of the blue state governors.
We're in this race to win AI globally. And one of the major concerns I have is that AI is becoming deeply unpopular in America, right? Silicon Valley is losing the battle around AI. Doomers are now scaring people about jobs. They think all these job cuts that are going on in America are the result of AI. And number two, they're seeing their electric bills go up, and they think that's also the result of AI. I've talked with a lot of Republican senator and House members who say they are afraid to mention the words AI because their popularity ratings go down. We need to get on the other side of that, because that is a losing proposition for America. If what takes hold here is that, you know, it's politically popular, right, to push back against AI, then, David, I think that's what you're seeing at these state levels with Republican governors as well. And so, you know, I think both of those are false narratives, but we need to get on the other side. In China, they're not going to slow down. So if we do an own goal here and slow down because we think somehow that this is the path to greater economic growth, it's going to be a real problem, both national security as well as economic security 3-5 years down the line.
Yeah, can I build on that, actually? So in terms of the public discourse, it's true that the doomer narratives have had this tremendous effect that you can see in the poll numbers, and then the politicians feel like they can basically play into that in one way or another. But where do these narratives come from? 3 big tech billionaires who are on the left contributed over $1 billion to these doomer think tanks. Basically, it was Dustin Moskovitz, Yan Talon, and Vitalik Buterin. And from Open Philanthropy and from some of these other entities, they have spun up hundreds of these astroturfed organizations that are spending literally hundreds of millions of dollars to spread these doomer narratives. A writer named Neeraj Weisblatt on Substack has basically broken down how this all works. It's actually a great article I'll put on the screen. So people need to understand that these narratives are coming from somewhere. They're astroturfed. I don't think they're true. And the narratives are contradictory. So let me give you an example. Right now, the 2 biggest narratives that we're seeing on social media and in mainstream media are, number one, the idea that there's a huge AI bubble right now. In other words, it's all totally fake. The other biggest narrative is that AI is on the verge of superintelligence and we're all going to get replaced.
Also fake.
Right? In other words, AI is completely real and super powerful. Well, these two things are contradictory. If it's a bubble, it's not going to be on the verge of superintelligence. And if the AI is really that powerful, then obviously on some level, this economic activity is justified. So these narratives are completely contradictory. I think that it's possible to believe in neither one of them, which is where I'm at. But it makes no sense for people to believe in both. And you literally...
So it's rare that I 100% agree with David Sachs, but I 100% agree with his analysis there. AI is going to make many jobs irrelevant, and it's going to create millions of jobs. AI will never have judgment. You need people doing verification. AI is going to create millions of jobs, and AI should dramatically increase worker productivity. It should supercharge the American economy. We should be leading the world with this. We should be able to pay down our deficit, enjoy much more economic growth. A lot of benefits, much more on the techno-optimist side. And here is the one techno-optimist on this panel here on the case for techno-optimism, and it is the Protestant, Aaron Renn.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff doesn't compute for me at all, frankly, on a lot of it.
Sorry, what stuff? Sorry.
You know, what you guys are saying about technology. And I feel like if you look at America, we are great at inventing technologies, but we didn't invent all the technologies. I don't think we invented the steam engine or the automobile or photography. but we marry technological innovation with its development, application at scale, and that is why the United States created the modern world. We are the protean nation, right, that conquered a continent and, laid the telegraph lines and the railroad lines and, the highways and built the airports and put a man on the moon and, created, wonderful penicillin and all this stuff that we have. And that's the nature of our country. It's the kind of country that we are. And yes, I've written lots of what we've lost with industrial society, more so than technology, in the destruction of the house. I've written that. There are trade-offs in any system.
And the trade-off is that the poorest Americans, millions and millions of them, these kids are morbidly obese and spend 6 hours a day.
Your vision
at
is
home.
completely dystopian, because what you're basically saying is my moral vision of society should essentially prevail over what everybody else wants. I mean, it's an almost Orwellian.
They want that. I don't think that there's any question of volition involved when mom who has to work the coupon center at CVS and dad, assuming he can pass his drug test, is working at the components manufacturing plant and their kids have to go to public school. There's no question of volition involved in whether or not their kids spend 6 hours a day on an iPad as opposed to, a textbook, reading, writing, arithmetic. Where's the question of volition there? What?
I mean, look.
And Mickey Kaus got back together with Robert Wright to do a podcast, and they talk about the Tucker and Nick Fuentes.
Are you always saying it's like the Jews who are behind it? And Tucker, says the standard things, it's...
So Robert Wright is quite Israel skeptical, right? No big fan of Israel and the Israel lobby, but he hates the cruder analysis of a Nick Fuentes and a Tucker.
The Israel lobby, involves a lot of players, and pro-Israel influence derives from a lot of sources. Not all of them do trace back to Jews, not to mention the fact that there are lots of Jews who aren't part of it. They're anti-Zionist Jews, so on. That's Tucker's line, and he really kind of repeats it. And I thought the idea was to, you could view it as almost, to the extent that he does want to legitimize Fuentes, it's to move the Overton window far enough so that Tucker's nowhere near the edge. That's one way to look at it. But another is, I thought he was trying to kind of contrast himself with this, because Tucker does put his complaints about the Israel lobby in ways that make me uncomfortable sometimes, but not the way Fuentes does. Fuentes
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. I thought Tucker had crossed the line.
Oh, no, he's clearly trying to contrast himself. And I was wondering, and it showed signs of working. In other words, some people were saying Tucker Carlson shouldn't have had Fuentes on, in a way implicitly saying Tucker's legit, right? He's one of the gatekeepers now, right? In a way, you can see it as a way of Tucker moving himself clearly inside the gate. Well, this guy's outside the gate. I'm a gatekeeper.
Tucker is hugely popular, so they have to include him as a gatekeeper, sort of, if they want to keep control of the gates.
But if so, this is kind of backfired, right? Because some people are using it, some people are, the uproar about it is not only about keeping Fuentes outside the gates. The uproar is coming largely from people who would like to see Tucker outside the gates, and they're trying to use it that way, and it's not clear to me whether that part is succeeding.
Good point, but I guess to defend what I said, I mean, I seem to have gotten on Tucker's other side, but I mean, by the PR panic, I mean, it seemed that people who support Israel panicked over the universities and the hostility to Jews at universities, rightly so, but it did seem like there was it was obviously people got to the Trump administration and they decided to lay down the law to universities on this. People like Bill Ackman. Doesn't take many to have a vast conspiracy. You don't need a hall of 1,000 people. You need Bill Ackman and 12 other people, and you say, let's do this. I'm familiar with conspiracies because of welfare reform. Washington runs on these conspiracies,
Wait, what was the welfare reform conspiracy?
5 people didn't like 5 pro-welfare people didn't like something I wrote, so they got some big shot to write a rebuttal in the Washington Post, okay? But it wasn't like the big shot was nominated by these 5. 5 people went to this big shot, who I like a lot, a great guy, and said, don't you think you should write a takedown of this?
Name names. I want to hear the 5 first, and then I want to hear the big shot. No, do it the other way. Who's the big shot?
I think the big shot was Reichauer.
A
wonderful guy. A wonderful guy.
Yeah,
I hope he's still alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Who's help?
So I believe Mickey went to Harvard Law School, and lawyers are about the most risk-averse group you can find in America, and Mickey is highly, highly risk-averse. That's why he doesn't name many names.
Help me out on many stories, and
he was
it's not like that. All of a sudden, 5 influencers decided to make a big deal of Fuentes, although they have to make a big deal of something because that's what they do all day. But
that's a great point, right? That's what people like me and people who share their opinions do all day is like make big deals of things. Because people aren't going to be attracted to listen to something or watch something that isn't making a big deal out of something, right? The latest World Series, it was the greatest World Series ever. That's much more exciting video to watch. And I watched several videos that said the latest World Series, the victory by the Dodgers, was the greatest World Series ever.
Anyway, I think I wouldn't have done it. I don't think more highly of Tucker to do it. I don't think it's such a big deal. Tucker's going to survive. I would not build up Fuentes anymore. I think he's best ignored.
Mm-hmm.
Let him produce 100,000 groypers on the mall, and then we can talk.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. I was just reading the part of the Buckley biography by Sam Tannenhouse, or listening to it. Sam's going to be on a podcast and talk about it. But where Buckley decides to break with the John Birch Society, and he's been flirting with him. He's been accepting a little money from the founder in the early days, and he hasn't disavowed him and hasn't, and then the moment comes and they cut him off. And that is, you could call that a conspiracy. I mean, he discusses it with people. They decide how they're going to do it. And it's funny.
So basic evolutionary psychology points out that there are situations where it is in your interest to expand your tribe as much as possible, right? You want to win elections, you do it by expanding your political coalition. That's what politics is primarily about, assembling large enough coalition so that you can win. Then there are other situations, such as after you seize power, where it becomes much more in your interest to have a smaller, more coherent tribe. So sometimes the incentive is to expand, sometimes the incentive is to contract and put more of a value on coherence rather than breadth.
It was a different time, and it was possible to do that kind of thing in like a cleaner way. I mean, that's what strikes me about this whole thing. It's like, where is the gate? Is Tucker a gatekeeper? It's also fucking fuzzy now. I really just think there are no gatekeepers.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I mean, that's why I call it panic. I mean, I think it's not going to do the job that pro-Israel people think it's going to do for them. With the especially the young people who have turned against at least the Netanyahu government.
I agree.
But they also did that, of course, with. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, because even though they're using this to try to stigmatize Tucker, and again, he said a number of things that I don't like in various realms, and sometimes he talks about Israel in a way that makes me uncomfortable. But even though they're trying to stigmatize him, they're actually not doing it by pointing to things he said, and maybe that's a kind of victory for him, right? Like, if Tucker's line on the Israel lobby becomes like an acceptable thing for conservative elites to say, that is a big loss.
Now, if people are saying things that make you uncomfortable, you're playing a status game to show how morally refined you are compared to your peers.
Loss for the Israel lobby.
Yeah.
So,
Buckley also did the same cutoff in a milder form, but still severe, with the immigration skeptics at the National Review. John O'Sullivan and Peter Brimelow. One thing we wanted to discuss, which is what has happened in the blogosphere in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we just talked about two phenomena, which are, aside from you not getting any credit, but that's sort of accepted.
That's like talking about, water if you're a fish.
Yeah.
You know?
What did I think? How has it changed since we started? I didn't quite. I thought it was going to agglomerations of like-minded people were going to get together in little magazine-style things, and to some extent they have. There's the Michael Moynihan podcast, which is a group podcast. There are a bunch of group podcasts, but I thought they were going to recreate the New Republic in audio form, and they haven't done that. And the second thing is, I assumed it was going to be dominated by William Buckley people who were just like great fucking talkers. Or Megyn Kelly. Sorry, what?
Name names. Instead, it's who? You're
No,
saying
well,
Joe Rogan? Are you saying Joe Rogan's not William F. Buckley, Mickey?
He's not, but Joe Rogan is a weird case. Like Megyn Kelly and Walter Kern are great talkers.
Ezra Klein's a great talker.
Is he?
I knew that would trigger you.
But
I think he is.
He's a better talker than he is a writer. I mean, the writer.
He's a better talker than me.
There's some people whose writing just sort of sets up a vibration in my brain that puts it to sleep.
Uh-huh.
And the worst of them was John Rawls. I went to a couple of Rawls lectures in college. I couldn't understand a fucking word of what he was saying. It talks about justice.
That's how philosophers are supposed to talk.
Justice is fairness. What does he mean by that? We were supposed to know what he meant by that, but I didn't know what he meant by that. It was completely impenetrable.
Rawls is totally straightforward, man. Do you want to hear? No. We'll do that later.
And Klein sort of is he's not that obscure, but he sort of sets up a boring buzz in my brain. Not a lively writer filled with bonbons of humor. The worst of them are people who come up with a controversy, every day because they have to be sensational in order to get hits, and and so they have to say something a little outrageous, or else nobody's going to notice. And that is the obvious dynamic of how to maximize your hits on the web. And I guess that translates into income eventually, not really reliably, but.
So when Mickey Cal started out blogging around 2002, he would write long, thoughtful pieces about every week or 2 weeks. And eventually someone said to him, I really admire how you don't whore after hits. And then Mickey realized that the hits were in writing more frequent pieces, shorter, more punchy, more topical.
So that's what I didn't anticipate. It's sort of a Gresham's law that's at work. And that's very unfortunate. Although I note that Walter Kern and Taibbi and Megyn Kelly are doing fine. So they don't stand astride the web the way Firing Line or, et cetera.
From Medium. But it was true that back in late 90s, if I wrote a piece for the New York Times op-ed, I knew that pretty close to literally everyone I knew would at least see it, would be aware of it. Because everyone in my professional milieu is going to look at the physical op-ed page of the New York Times back then. Everybody in journalism, right, in our kind of realm and so on. And there's nothing like that that's even remotely true, right? The New York Times has done an excellent job of preserving power in this environment. But God knows there's tons of people in our milieu who on any given day have no idea what opinion pieces appeared on the New York Times.
That's right. I was writing an opinion piece for the New York Times, and I got an email from an ex-girlfriend, like many decades earlier, ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, God, everybody's reading this. This is great. And then I wrote another piece for the New York Times, and I got an email from the same ex-girlfriend. And I thought, well, maybe it's just this one woman who reads the New York Times. Maybe it has no reach at all.
So Mickey Cal started writing an autobiographical novel. It was about a man who was primarily interested in sex and in welfare reform. So the late black comic Patrice O'Neill said, 10 years ago, that white people are the one people who just love to feel bad about themselves. Now, that's not white people universally. It's the hyper-educated. It's the elite university educated, right? Is there any other group who just valorizes outsiders, rescuing them, a.k.a. the Green Mile, the Legend of Bagger Vance, the Shawshank Redemption? And it's pretty rare, right? There's not a strong evolutionary adaptive reason why any tribe would valorize narratives whereby their own in-group members are stupid and morally obtuse and have to be rescued by outsiders. But in modern elite Western storytelling, especially the most liberal, most educated white circles, the themes are often self-redemption through guilt, where the white protagonist doesn't just overcome adversity, he atones for collective white sins by being saved and enlightened by someone from a marginalized group. It's the new secular form of confession. And this is not evolutionarily adaptive, right? This is rare. Most national stories, most tribal stories valorize the tribe, right? They want to restore their own people's honor. They want to avenge their humiliation at the hands of outsiders, right? This archetype of the outside savior is almost uniquely Western. It comes from Christianity's universalism, and it's been secularized and adapted into left-wing liberal guilt politics, right? So that moral self-flagellations not just become art, but it's status, right? You don't see Chinese films about the Chinese and Chinese peasants being morally rescued by Americans. You don't see Indian films about upper caste Hindus redeemed by foreign missionaries. But in American media, it's almost a template, right? You got the noble outsider, the gay, the trans, the woman, the black person who comes along and rescues the ignorant white people and brings them to some sort of realization and awakening. You have tiny examples from other cultures. So post-war Japan, you have some Japanese films showing Americans as moral guides. In post-apartheid South Africa, right, you had some films and novels featuring white liberals being redeemed by wise black people. Eastern Europe after communism, right? You had Westerners coming in and bringing moral and capitalist salvation. And in some examples of Latin American liberation theology, you had poor indigenous people being enlightened by European priests and activists. But in the modern globalized elite media, all right, you have this ongoing theme. And why? Because it's so maladaptive. Well, America and the West are going through a deep phase of cultural self-doubt. We no longer believe in our founding myths. We no longer share a particular hero system. We've lost our confidence. We no longer see America as the world's model of freedom and competence. And so we have all these diverse tribes in the nation questioning and propounding their own competing hero systems. And Hollywood has flipped, right? It used to promote an old archetype of rugged individualism, male heroism, moral certainty, and now that's all shifted.
Democrat, which means I voted for Trump 3 times, but love.
Okay, obviously, of course. Yep.
Funny definition of Clinton Democrat.
I was going to say, I'm sure he likes that. Yeah.
But it's funny you brought this up about the Tucker thing, because I've watched you guys from the beginning. This is the first time I have felt passionate enough to call in about something. Charlie Kirk's death hit me really hard. I didn't know him. I had a 27-year-old son that died of a fentanyl overdose, and some of it may have been that. But the fact that Tucker would not only have this guy on, but also then not push back on him, somebody that said he loves Stalin, he hates Charlie Kirk, he hates Erica, all the mean things he said, and then Tucker is just kind of agreeing with him, but yet he'll have on Ted Cruz and push back on him. So my question really was to Sean about, I don't think we should have a big tent party that includes people like Nick Fuentes. And then also, I feel like the Democrats, and Dan, if you could answer this, you know, they became such a big tent party and let everybody in. Then they have, you know, Zoran Mandani in New York.
There's a difference between a big tent, and I agree with you on that. I don't want anti-Semites, people who are racist or have, vitriol or support violence or things like that in my tent. But I do think that that's different between allowing.
Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes. It was not an accident. I don't believe whatsoever. It was a dog whistle. That's what it was, right? Trump's very good at dog whistling, sometimes foghorns. But it is, Sean made the point, like winning campaigns have to have big tents, and how you finesse that. Like, I want Mandani's energy. I want Bernie Sanders' energy and AOC's energy. And I also want, the business community to think that we're receptive, and we are receptive, and we're willing to work with them. That's why it's really hard to hold coalitions together for more than two election cycles, because at some point people say you need to deliver for me, and you can't deliver for everybody at once. So it's hard, and that's when you get something new. Every couple of years you get these new iterations.
One other thing that's interesting to note, and I hate doing this, but I also feel it's fascinating. Nick Fuentes, I can't remember if we're having this conversation on or off air, but I can't say I've spent any more time looking him up or than I don't even want to compare it. I don't know much about the guy except for what I've heard. Discussing whether Tucker Carlson had a dude on a podcast and didn't push back enough.
Okay, some gold in recent... Oh, wait, I played that video before. Apologies. Don't have everything lined up as I would wish. So our competing powers, right? The other nations that compete with the United States, China, Russia, parts of the Islamic world, do not see American self-doubt as moral maturity, right? They see it as decadence. They see a weak civilization doubting itself while its rivals grow more confident. So from an evolutionary psychology angle, right, America's cultural doubt is some kind of large-scale status recalibration within a particular social group. Right? In any tribe, right, members will compete for moral status as well as resources. So you have a dominant subgroup, the hyper-educated, who think that the new way to show that you're dominant is by saying how bad your own group is. So moral humility is now the new way to keep status within a particular group, and admitting public guilt and self-flagellation, that signals how morally sophisticated and superior you are. You're one of the good people, right? This is what wins prestige in this particular prestige hierarchy, even as it undermines confidence and effectiveness. So we all form alliances, and we do it in part by sharing stories about who the heroes are and who the victims are. So this new white people are bad moral narrative that has replaced America's older narratives, the frontier hero myth, for example, with the we need non-whites to come along and save us, right? It recognizes a shift in coalitional power. So women, minorities, gays, right, they are now a critical part of the left-wing coalition. And so narratives have been adapted to flatter the coalition to hold them together. So moral self-flagellation for educated Americans has become increasingly a status move. And so selection pressures will favor ever stronger public displays of contrition, flagellation, and purity. So this produces and incentivizes the moral grandstanding and the cultural self-doubt, where our elites are competing with one another to demonstrate their awareness and horror at their own group's sins. And so the more costly the signal, right, the more public shame, the more career risk, the more denunciation of ancestors, the more credible it appears. Groups unify when threats from the outside are not so strong. So right now, America doesn't face existential rivals like the Soviet Union used to be. Now, excessive self-doubt will lower cohesion. It will weaken collective action. Right? Too much intra-group moral punishment will make the tribe vulnerable to a more cohesive rival. So evolutionary psychology would read America's self-doubt not as a moral awakening, but as a phase of intra-group reorganization, a change in the dominance hierarchy. Everything's being reshuffled under new status and morality rules. And it can be adaptive up to a point where it builds trust and cooperation, and then it becomes maladaptive once it starts eroding those standards.
Okay. I have more questions, but I want to start, Leah, with a fairly direct question, because you are identifying yourself in your book as a particular kind of feminist. And I want to ask you, what is wrong with existing feminism, liberal feminism, and how has it failed women?
So I think the essential problem is that there's a strain of feminism that sees any difference between men and women as a threat to our equality. You can see this in a variety of ways, some of them pretty small scale. There's a lot of going back and forth on the college level about where the three-point line should be for men and women's basketball. Should it be equivalently hard for a man and woman to hit the shot? Or should it be at exactly the same spot so no one can say that women aren't playing as hard? I don't actually care that much about basketball, I'll level with you. But I think that anxiety that to draw two lines on the court would in some way imperil women's dignity is wrongheaded. And you see it to have a real cost in other domains where that attempt to treat women like defective men who are nearly identical, nearly swappable, and when we can close that gap, no one will be able to tell us we're less than, ultimately does a fundamental injustice to women, and it results in violence towards babies. Because, of course, pregnancy is the most obvious way women differ from men. It won't ever be fully closed.
And a big part of your argument is that the institutions of American life or Western life since the feminist revolution have basically said to women, yes, you can join up, you can have the jobs you want, you can have the equality you want, but we will not accommodate ourselves to what you just defined as the greatest female distinction.
Right. How did Hitler and the Nazis become the one sacred, transcendent moral standard of the definition of evil? How did World War II become the modern moral code and religion? This is a Christian
Scene works because we, the audience, know the speech already. We can hear Churchill's cadences, even as the soldier mangles them. It's the clumsiness of the reading that helps to...
All right, he's talking about the movie Dunkirk here.
From the Second World War have a visceral appeal. In the same way, Winston Churchill's speeches have, in this country at least, sunk into our collective consciousness like Holy Writ. Christopher Nolan's 2017 movie Dunkirk, which I admit I also struggled to get through dry-eyed, ends with the dazed soldiers back in the temporary safety of England being handed a newspaper report of Churchill's "We shall fight them on the beaches" speech of the 4th of June, 1940. And in the film, one soldier reads the speech aloud from the paper to his comrade, and he does it without flourishes, stumbling and halting, very much like an exhausted, uneducated man reading aloud a text that he's seeing for the first time. And the scene works because we, the audience, know the speech already. We can hear Churchill's cadences, even as the soldier mangles them. It's the clumsiness of the reading that helps us to hear the familiar words afresh. Normally, the only words that need to be rescued from themselves in that way are the words of Scripture. I have to say, nothing affects me quite as much as the tales of the Second World War. In particular, the narrative of heroic self-sacrifice at the heart of the Christian faith. The story that was once the...
Right, so the secular narrative of the Second World War is in part about Jews and Jewish suffering as the sacred redeemers. Then another common narrative in dominant elite media is the gay redeemer, right? They play the same symbolic role as the black moral guide or the female conscience, right? We get the gay character becoming the mirror for the flawed straight protagonist, right? Some kind of self-destructive man or emotionally stunted couple. They finally discover their humanity and their honesty through their gay friend's authenticity, compassion, and tragic suffering. So we see this in the TV show 6 Feet Under, Modern Family, the Last of Us episode Long, Long Time, and Just Like That, and all these streaming dramas where the gay friend carries the emotional intelligence that the straight people lack, right? We've got all these outsiders, softening, cleaning up, straightening up the straight world's guilt. And we had Rush Limbaugh getting into a great deal of trouble in 2007 for airing a parody song called Barack the Magic Negro. And it was based off an essay by an acquaintance of mine, a left-wing black gay writer, David Ehrenstein. And he used the phrase magic Negro in this critical essay describing how white liberals projected all of their racial anxieties onto Obama, and they saw him as a comforting, transcendent figure rather than a political one. So Limbaugh took that phrase, turned it into a parody set to the tune of Puff the Magic Dragon, and had it sung in a caricatured Al Sharpton voice. Now, David Ehrenstein wasn't praising Obama. He was diagnosing how you have this cliche among our elite media about minorities redeeming dumb white people. And as an immigrant to America, I noticed there's far more anxiety about black-white stuff in America than in any other developed country. Part of it is because America has a higher percentage of black people than any other developed country because of America's history of slavery. But it's a radioactive topic in America in a way it's not in Australia or England or anywhere else. There is a touchiness and an intense level of anxiety on black-white stuff and this kind of racial observation and experience that you don't get anywhere else in the world. And this high anxiety creates fuel for anxiety release, and that's one of the things that Nick Fuentes contributes. He gives people release from the high anxiety of dancing around the tulips to never say the wrong thing about race. So we have diversity codes, we have all these points of friction, we have competing moral codes, communication habits, all these different ways to give offense. And it used to be when America was more united, when we shared a hero system, right, we shared these unspoken norms, and so navigating society wasn't as treacherous and anxiety-ridden. But in a diverse America, you have to constantly code switch, and every interaction carries an uncertainty and anxiety about what is safe to say and how it might be received. You've got moral competition, right? Different groups carrying their own historical wounds and their own pride stories and demanding recognition and respect. And so everyday interactions are subtle status negotiations. You have institutional overcorrection, where you've got institutional DEI, and the topic of race, gender, identity is just thrown in everyone's face. And if you say the wrong thing, you'll be destroyed. You got the media fixating on it. So in a harmonious society, people take right and wrong, take the hero system for granted. But in increasingly diverse society, we have less and less in common with each other. Therefore, interactions with people who are different from us are more and more anxiety-ridden. So there's more and more of a demand for the edgy humor and the release that the Nick Fuentes types of the world bring. You've got rebellion now as an identity. You've got emotional relief. You've got tribal sorting. It's for people who are tired of the HRification of society. Now, this tension over race is most intense among those with a university education. It is least intense among those with the least education, right? The sharpest racial tensions are among those who went to the most elite universities, because saying the wrong thing shows that you're low status. Working class Americans of all backgrounds tend to have more in common, these material problems with each other, and they tend to get along more pragmatically. Universities teach certain moral vocabularies of privilege and fragility and intersectionality that the facility with which you use these vocabularies is a sign of whether or not you're a good person and whether or not you're high status. And one wrong phrase in this world can cost you your job, cost you your career. This creates hypersensitivity, anxiety, and a constant search for micro offenses. That's then fed by the elite media feedback loop. So what can we do to reduce all this unnecessary tension, improve the quality of life in America? Right, the more we have in common, the better we will get along with each other. This Netflix series, Death by Lightning, all right, it focuses on President Garfield's promotion of black civil rights. That's what he was all about, promoting black civil rights. Right? People get tired of being sermonized and preached at when they're just looking for entertainment. This Netflix series features the president's daughter going to bat for more Chinese immigration. Right? This is completely fictionalized. Right? President Garfield was opposed to the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, but only implicitly. Right? So you're just trying to watch Netflix, and it's preaching to you about the evils of anti-Asian racism and anti-black racism. And it's just another excuse for Hollywood to attack MAGA and Trump supporters, right? It's using 1880s politics as a mirror for the current political climate. And it says, this is the good guy, President Garfield. He's got moral courage, and his family is progressive on racial and immigration issues. And they're fighting the good fight against xenophobia, corruption, and populist demagoguery. And Hollywood continually retooling these historical stories to signal contemporary left-wing virtue and to critique populism and conservatism without naming it directly. Right? It's tiring. There was a 3-part series on ESPN about Silvio Berlusconi and how he combined love of soccer with his winning populist politics and how bad his populist politics was. It's tiring, man. It's tiring.
Greatest ever told. I find that doesn't have quite the same emotional purchase. Throughout the Christian centuries, the story of Christ's passion has often had that effect. A great many Christians have found themselves emotionally transported, shattered by the passion narratives. But in our own age, including for many of us who still identify as Christians, that emotional immediacy just isn't quite there, or you have to make an effort. That is, plenty of us still believe in our religions, but often not with the same intuitive...
Right, if you were sick of Christianity that shared a dominant Christian hero system, well, how do you like the diverse America of today where there is no common bond?
Immediacy or blithe faith with which we believe in our culture's true religion. The Second World War, the greatest story that we have ever told. The French novelist Laurent Binet calls the war our Trojan War, a landmark, a reference, a source of inexhaustible stories, a collection of epics and tragedies. And it's all that. But it's also our paradise lost. It's our epic of meaning and value, dominated by its endlessly fascinating central villain. More than we sometimes remember, it's the basis for our most fundamental convictions about what's good and evil. In the age of Hitler, in the post-Second World War age in which we live, humanity is our shared faith. The concept of human rights is, of course, much older than that. It goes back to the age of the Enlightenment and beyond, most famously to Thomas Jefferson, who in the American Declaration of Independence said it was self-evident that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. And yet this claim is a problem. Not only because Jefferson wrote it while holding hundreds of men and women in slavery, but also because it's just factually wrong. Jefferson and a few of his Enlightenment friends thought that the existence of human rights was a self-evident truth. But it can't be, because a great many people in a great many historical settings have not believed any such thing. When he says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, I think he's revealing the doctrine of human rights for what it is. It's a castle in the air. It's a defiant, existential assertion of values. But that's not the problem. The problem is that most of us, most of the time, neither know nor care whether human rights have a solid foundation beneath them. Because like Jefferson, we've simply come to believe in them in their own right. In the post-1945 era, we really do feel that the existence of human rights and human equality is self-evident. We can't prove it to be true, but that doesn't matter, because we know in our bones that it is. At least we do for now. Why do we believe that human beings are equal and all have rights? I mean, even asking the question feels uncomfortable. A questioning of what shouldn't be questioned. It's almost to blaspheme. I think the most honest answer is that we just believe, down to our core, that human beings have rights, regardless of whether we can prove it in philosophical terms. That conviction feels like an answer, but in fact it's the question. The closest we can come to an actual answer is the one which is advanced by the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, a document whose title couldn't emphasize its totalizing ambitions more strongly. And it asserts, rather pragmatically, that human rights are the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And then goes on to explain that disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief, and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. So this is all about the Second World War. I mean, of course it is. In 1948, how could it not be? The experience of exceptionally barbarous acts and the claim that the common people of the whole world have united around the desire for what are, by no coincidence, President Roosevelt's 4 freedoms. That gives the Declaration its urgency. And its confidence is that of the victors of a total war, who are sure that they have earned the right to speak for the common people of the world. Now, it took a decade and a half for the moral shock of the war to work its way to the surface. I think the most vivid single moment of that was the trial of Adolf Eichmann in 1961, which confronted the world with the horrors it had been trying to forget. But I think the best gauge of how the memory of the war shifts is the movies. The war movies of the 1950s are somber, like The Cruel Sea from 1953, or rousingly patriotic, like The Dam Busters from 55, or just rip-roaring adventures, like Ice Cold and Alex from 58. But they don't demonize the Germans, and they don't dwell on Nazi crimes. The depiction of the German army as honorable opponents in The Longest Day from 1962 is underpinned by the involvement of German actors and indeed several former Wehrmacht generals in the production. In the much-loved British film The Great Escape, Germany's regular armed forces are contrasted very sharply with the Gestapo and the SS, who alone are made to bear responsibility for the atrocities. But what's new about that film is giving villainous Nazis screen time at all. But over the following decades, cinematic Nazis become increasingly sinister until, by the 21st century, we've got movies like Fury, in which the entire German war machine is presented as a nihilistic death cult, or Inglourious Bastards, a fully fictionalized account of an ideological war between Jew-hating Nazis and a squad of Jewish American Avengers. And then beginning in the 60s, the movies begin hesitantly to tackle the Nazi genocide itself. The Oscar-winning adaptation of the stage play Judgment at Nuremberg comes out in 61, while Eichmann is awaiting execution. The American television miniseries Holocaust from 1978 is what really makes that term a general one. In 87, there's a British TV movie called Escape from Sobibor, which is one of the first productions actually set in a death camp. In Schindler's List in 93, Hollywood finally looks the Nazi genocide in the eye, and there has been a string of Holocaust movies since then. Life is Beautiful, The Pianist, Son of Saul, most recently The Zone of Interest. The appetite for this story is not fading. And in movies that had nothing to do with World War II, Nazis start to appear as villains par excellence. The Illinois Nazi Party from the Blues Brothers from 1980, utterly gratuitous. But what better counterpoint could there be to that film's message of anarchic racial inclusivity? And then there's the Indiana Jones movies of 1981, 1989. The values of our age are summed up by Dr. Jones in The Last Crusade. Nazis, I hate these guys. And by then, Nazism had come to denote any attempt to wield authority over others. Workplace bullies were little Hitlers. Punctuation pedants are grammar Nazis. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance takes a dim view of this.
So Nick Fuentes has ridden to influence because he punctures many of these pieties. He questions the new civil religion of the Western world.
This kind of trivialization, understandably enough. But I think it's inevitable. Nazis come as readily to our mind as Satan did to medieval Christians. A symbol of absolute evil is just too useful to be left sitting reverently in a corner. If hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue, then trivialization is the tribute that flippancy pays to earnest moral conviction. In 1990, the American internet pioneer Mike Godwin formulated his famous law, which is that the longer an internet discussion goes on, the chances that somebody will compare someone else to Hitler or the Nazis inexorably increases. And once it happens, the discussion ends. I think almost nothing else about the internet is still recognizable 35 years on, but Godwin's law still holds. Calling someone a Nazi is literally the final insult. It ends an argument because it's a punch in the face. What can you do in reply other than just hurl the same insult back? In a relativist, pluralist...
So Nick and this Church of England intellectual are talking about very similar topics. So Nick does it at a 100 IQ level. This guy does it at a 115 IQ level.
That's our one fixed reference point. So you can defend Stalin, you can peddle conspiracy theories about 9/11 or COVID-19, you can claim that most men who are accused of rape are innocent. And if you do those things, you'll probably only boost your online following. But even now, if you deny the Holocaust, you're an intolerable monster. And when you bleat about cancel culture, only other monsters will care. And rightly so. Because to deny the Holocaust is to reject the deepest moral truth on which our society is built. I think the clearest sign of this is the way that World War II has been translated into fully fictionalized settings, reshaped.
Right, and so the more we hold up Hitler and the Nazis as the ultimate evil, the one transcendent in a world of moral relativity, right, the more sacred power we give them.
And purified in the process. And it starts during the war itself, as J.R.R. Tolkien was writing what would become the 20th century's best-selling series of novels, The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien is quite right to insist, as he did, that his War of the Ring wasn't an allegory for the real world's war. It's a counterpoint to it. His fear, he's a veteran of the Battle of the Somme, is that while the Allies might have justice on their side, they would fight with just as much ruthless brutality as their enemies and would be dragged down to...
And that's pretty much how the Allies did fight World War I and World War II. Pretty much just as much brutality and ruthlessness as their enemies.
Their level. And so he wrote a novel that told an alternative story of a war not as it was, but as it should have been, a struggle against a dehumanizing tyrant in which the heroes, despite great temptations, destroy the power to impose tyranny rather than use that power against their enemies. Now, Tolkien knew perfectly well that in political terms that was a fantasy more unbelievable than any elf or wizard. That's why he wrote it as a myth. If we're going to use the memory of World War II to reset our moral compasses, then what we need are purified versions of it, not the compromised reality. And we've been doing it ever since. In Star Wars, the Dark Lord has stormtroopers and jackbooted interrogators, and he blasts whole peoples into nothingness and is then defeated by plucky farm boys in planes.
So Nick Fuentes draws an enormous audience and taps into people who are tired of this new secularized moral system where Hitler and the Nazis are the ultimate embodiment of evil.
In the Harry Potter novels and films, this Dark Lord pursues a racialized supremacy. He gives his followers a name, the Death Eaters, and a set of symbols that openly mimic the SS. The same vision is there in one of the most compelling creations of the British 60s, the Daleks, villains of the TV series Doctor Who, miniature tanks whose relentless desire for extermination reveals them to be wrecks of life, entombed in metal and in hate. These are the myths on which generations of children in the post-war West have been raised. In them, the brutal lessons of World War II are transposed into morality tales. We are determined to teach ourselves and to repeatedly relearn that this is what evil looks like, even though evils rarely appear in such plain dress. So, if we ask why Christianity went into retreat in the West from the early 60s onwards, I think there's almost a simple answer, which is that Christianity's one virtually uncontested function in Western societies had suddenly failed. Whatever else Christianity had become by then, it was still our society's store of value. Believers, unbelievers alike accepted Jesus' ethics as reflexively as we accept the notion of human rights now.
So I was just reading a 2021 book called Challenges to Academic Freedom. And in particular, I was carefully reading an essay by Stephen Turner, my favorite philosopher of the social sciences. And he effectively notes in his conclusion that there really isn't any academic freedom, just like we do not get to live lives free from the judgments of others, right? Our sense of pride, our internal sense of value pretty much correlates at about a 0.66 level with our value to other people. You can't really generate effectively your own sense of value and worth, right? You get it from other people. And this has been studied in countless societies, and it's a universal truth, right? Our sense of pride is pretty much calibrated to our ability to assemble resources and to contribute to those around us. And you don't really get academic freedom any more than you have freedom of speech at work. Right? There's a fairly narrow band of topics that you can safely publish about as an academic without getting into trouble. Right? There's really no academic freedom left to defend. Right? The marketplace of ideas, right, that referred to a classical legal defense of academic freedom based on the real autonomy of faculty to pursue truth as they saw fit and to express their opinions in public without penalty. That certainly isn't how the world of the academy works now. Currently, academics largely depend upon grants and government funding, and so academics are tied to the judgments of their peers through a brutal system of competition for jobs and for funds. Right? The academic industrial complex is a competitive system of quantitative peer reputation assessment. It's a form of voluntary epistemic servitude, right? You have to direct your pursuit of truth, right, to a very narrow range of possible topics. Right? There's no constituency for academic freedom today. There's no legal basis for it. We have the rise of administrative law, which continually narrows the possible range for free inquiry. We have a dominant left-wing cultural shift in the academy, and we really don't have academic freedom anymore. And why don't we have academic freedom? Because it's not evolutionarily adaptive, right? We are evolved to take into consideration our tribe and what it values. There's no freedom from the people who are most important to you, that you are most vulnerable to. So the woman who coined the phrase voluntary epistemic servitude, epistemic refers to the pursuit of truth, right? She's an academic, Gloria Origi. She published a 2017 book, Reputation, What It Is, Why It Matters. And she captures how people, academics, intellectuals, to survive must willingly submit their pursuit of truth to the system of evaluation and reputation metrics around them, right? It's voluntary in the sense that they're not forced to operate within this system, but it's servitude because you are limited, right? Your thinking, your behavior, your publishing is coerced. So we have moved from a possible realm that had a lot more autonomy to a metric-dependent reputation society. Right? Scholars live inside citation indexes, academic journal rankings, grant scores, H indexes, algorithms. They live within their reputation with their peers. Right? Reputations have become the currency of real-world success. Right? We have a quantitative reputation assessment, the impact factor of your work, the performance reviews, the funding competition. Right? You must continually adapt your pursuit of truth to what the system will reward. right? Freedom operates in name only. In practice, you want to work in this system, it is voluntary epistemic servitude, right? It's self-administered. You anticipate reviewers' tastes before you write for a grant. You choose research topics that fit fashionable paradigms. You don't pursue truth. And you conform to journal preferences to ensure publication. And you censor and you punish speculative or unpopular ideas that could harm your reputation and impact. And then you rationalize all this as professionalism and prudence. You develop a habit of deference, right? To get a PhD, you have to fine-tune a habit of deference way beyond what your average bloke will be comfortable with. And so the process of getting a PhD is a process of receiving and inculcating within yourself a particular reputational system that replaces your ability to make independent judgments. So modern intellectual life claims to value free inquiry, but it increasingly surrenders its agency to collective scoring mechanisms. Right? People don't rebel because there's no money or status or prestige in that. So in this perspective, you have scholars who believe they're free, but have essentially internalized their dependence on their peers' metrics. So they have become their own jailers. They have traded the pursuit of truth. They have traded their intellectual autonomy for reputational security, and they call it professionalism. Now, my paper that I love on pride, it's got a great title from 2018 here, Invariances in the Architecture of Pride Across Small-Scale Societies, right? It shows the empirical grounds of what Ryrie, the philosopher, only describes in philosophical terms. So she describes voluntary epistemic servitude, how individuals in modern knowledge economies internalize evaluation metrics and reputation hierarchies and surrender their judgment and autonomy to the rating of their peers. So she focuses on epistemic dependence and the sociology of reputation, right? How do we know to whom we should defer socially? The Snyder paper on evolutionary psychology evaluation, it comes from the world of evolutionary psychology of emotion. So it doesn't focus on social institutions. It doesn't focus on symbolic capital. It models internal pride as a computational adaptation that has evolved to track other people's value of us. And it works pretty much the same way across societies. Pride, our internal sense of pride, it feels great when we have it. That's a universal internal algorithm for gauging our reputation. So it provides essentially the biological and evolutionary floor beneath the philosophical epistemic servitude theorizing. Right. This architecture of pride is innate and it's universal. Everywhere we possess this pride valuation system that is continually working to accurately compute and internalize other people's judgments of us. So Ryrie maps the cultural superstructure of reputation, and Snyder company described the evolved substructure that makes it work. So the philosopher calls it servitude. She describes the reputational dependence as culturally conditioned. And the Snyder paper shows that it's an evolved social evaluation circuit that only modern institutions have simply amplified. So the philosopher sees servitude as a moral and epistemic trap, a voluntary surrender of autonomy. Snyder sees this as evolutionarily adaptive design, a universal system enabling cooperation and social learning. So from the philosophy angle, reputation enslaves the intellect. From the biology angle, it organizes cooperation and survival. So the philosopher laments our captivity to social approval. The biologist recognizes this is essential to evolution and human nature. So we all have evolved to feel pride and to feel shame depending on how other people value us. Then modern institutions build on that, and they transform that evolved sensitivity into bureaucratic and digital metrics. The epistemic outcome, we surrender our reasoning, our careers, and our beliefs to what will be the most advantageous for us in following the cues of those with the most power around us. Right? Our dependence on reputation is not some kind of late woke cultural left-wing accident. It is a species-wide universal constant. Right? There is no alternative to this epistemic servitude. Right? Because the underlying mechanism is not some kind of cultural flaw. It is our evolutionary design. Pride is our calibration system. It's finely tuned. It's an internal meter tuned into how much other people value you. So it helps you choose behaviors that will increase your value to others. How generous you should be, how competent, how respectful, how much deference you should show. The emotion, pride or shame, is your feedback signal about how well you're navigating the people who are most important to you. So when you do something others admire it, you feel pride. When you imagine yourself losing that regard, you feel shame. And these internal signals have evolved to closely regulate our behavior long before there were universities, media, or reputational economies. Right? Our desire for good reputation with the people who are most important to us is not optional. It is an essential part of our operating system.
But once a new set of values was in place, once a new lodestone had reset our moral compasses so that what had pointed towards Jesus now pointed away from Hitler, and it's not quite the same, that adjustment of the old coordinates makes the old maps redundant. And so they're abandoned, or just simply and quietly fell out of use. Many people still hold their Christian faith mixed in with the anti-Nazi values of their age. Maybe even...
So people who preach about the virtues of emotional sobriety, no matter what's going on around you, you can maintain your internal coherence and feel good about yourself. It is a fiction, right? We are porous. We are vulnerable to other people's judgment. We're constantly striving for other people to regard us positively and to avoid other people wanting to hurt us, right? We don't have a choice in that people will have power over our emotions, right? Our emotions are regulatory tools evolved to track our value to the people who are most important to us. Feeling hurt, feeling jealous, feeling proud, feeling ashamed. That is not a flaw in our self-management. It is our brain updating its model of our standing in the group. You can't delete that circuitry. You don't want to. So emotional independence is the equivalent of academic freedom, right? It's a comforting slogan that conceals real structural dependence. We should become disturbed when the situation in which we find ourselves is disturbing for our well-being, right? Serenity in the face of a disturbing situation is not maturity. It is idiocy. It is maladaptive, right? The buffered, sealed-off, self-possessed, impervious self may be a psychological comfort to you, but it is biologically and socially false. We are porous organisms built to sense and to adapt to the judgments of others. Trying to live as if we're not like that is like trying to stop feeling the temperature. It cuts you off from vital information. So reputation is enigmatic, right? How a good name is gained or lost is not something that gets widely talked about, right? Why does one person have a good reputation, other people have a bad reputation? Right? You'd think that there would be a rich creative literature filled with insights. Here's a great maxim. Self-love is cleverer than the cleverest man in the world. So people don't tend to like to talk about status and reputation, right? The topic of status, the topic of reputation has a very bad reputation. It's considered a vestige of medieval times, of a pre-modern anti-individualist perspective, right? Wanting fame, honor, status, right? These are regarded as primitive. They're phantoms of an earlier age, right? Only bitter clingers look for this. So in reality, we go through life like snails, right? Our actions leave a film behind us, right? Our management of our own image and reputation is essential for our survival, thriving, well-being, right? It's not superficial. It's not cosmetic. It is vital. We are constantly striving to manipulate how other people see us. It's an arms race. It's an escalation game of believing and make-believe, of manipulating other people, being manipulated by them in turn. We all know the feeling of triumph when we think we have manipulated other people to view us in a certain way, and when we are appreciated more than we are really worth. We all remember the pain of previous humiliations when the world recognizes us at last as what we really are. So there is this enlightened modern myth that we are rational individuals who've outgrown any primitive concerns for honor and status. Right? Our desire for a good reputation is omnipresent and elusive. Right? We all feel the yearning and the power for this, but social sciences tend to avoid the topic because it doesn't fit with modern enlightened categories. Right? Modern intellectuals People with elite educations may try to believe they've escaped the reputational economy. They treat it as a relic of medieval times. Right? This is a delusion. Right? You think you're a scholar who pursues truth for its own sake? Well, still governed by peer review, prestige metrics, and the subtle coercion of recognition. So there was this successful historian in the United Kingdom who fabricated all sorts of nasty Amazon book reviews of his peers' works to try to inflate his own standing. So reputation is not an illusion that we can transcend. It is the medium through which we survive. We are like snails leaving trails as we slither across the ground. Our social interactions deposit in the minds of others a telling information trace that cannot be erased. It's indelible, and fragile. We cannot control our reputations because our reputations exist inside the minds of other people.
And tell themselves that their faith is fundamental and that the agreement of their religion with their secular values is a happy coincidence. Maybe we worry that we live in hopelessly divided societies, that we're fractured irreconcilably, and we're slow to recognize that we do share a deep, a strong, a pervasive moral consensus, and we're slow because of the ancient inability of fish to know what water is. Our myth is that we live in a secular age. But in fact, we live in the age of Hitler, and our religion is World War II. And now, in the 2020s, it's that faith that's crumbling. The war is losing its moral centrality. I think much of the planet is reasonably enough reluctant to accept that universal...
So my favorite near daily commentator is Matthew Continetti, who has moved on from Commentary Magazine and the Free Press. He's now pretty much exclusive with the Wall Street Journal.
In his trade practices,
so this is from October 30th.
Our allies, so Canada, Mexico, Europe, Japan, South Korea, and his trade practices vis-a-vis our competitor or adversary, China. And so we all knew that Trump was going to try to gain some leverage over China, especially with regard to China's support for Putin's war in Ukraine in a second term. And so just look at kind of the components of the tariffs. The tariff that he agreed to lower after meeting with Xi Jinping deals with fentanyl. It's a tariff that he put on China because of China's role in composing the precursor chemicals of the fentanyl that comes and poisons so many Americans. Conversely, China, in response to American export controls, instituted this policy of the rare earth restrictions a couple weeks ago, which led to Trump's threat of the 100% tariff, which also seems to be on pause as a result of this deal. I think if we just take a step back, Trump, as a political figure, I mean, there are many different aspects of the phenomenon, but one is the centrality of China. He was the first candidate, really, in 2016 in either party to talk about China as an adversary. He moved to a much more conflictual posture toward China in his first term. The tariffs that he imposed on China in his first term were maintained by his Democratic successor. And in fact, Joe Biden's China policy was led by people who are hawkish on China, much like the people who staffed Trump's first term. I think in the second term, Trump has taken a different approach. He's trying, in my view, Trump is trying to prepare the country for war. Not necessarily that we're going to go to war with China, but what would we need to do if we did go to war with China? One thing we would need to do is make our military less interested in green energy and political correctness and more interested in war fighting. And another thing we would have to do is we'd have to increase our energy dominance, which he's doing, and we'd have to reduce our dependence on these critical supply chains. So the Trump administration has been taking all these stakes in war-related industries, for like steel or rare earths or uranium and nuclear technology. And so he's doing that while trying to have some type of better relationship with Xi. And I think that's what he basically achieved in this meeting. Here's the asterisk, though. Trump has always gotten along pretty famously with Chairman Xi in person, but when it comes to follow-up, it's not been as successful. And there was a phase one trade deal that China and America struck in 2019 that Trump was equally rapturous about. But within a month or so, it was clear that China was not following up on its promises in that deal, one of which was purchasing more U.S. ag products. So that's a similar promise that Xi Jinping made to Trump today. And we had COVID, right? Which was kind of, China's gift to the world, right? So I think this was a very successful trip for President Trump, but it all requires the follow-up and the compliance.
All right. So in reality, we are constantly measuring our value by how other people react to us. And sometimes the world wants to shame us. And so sometimes people react very poorly. Here's one man who is outraged that the world is trying to shame him.
We're coming back like a fucking 100 times. I am so mad. I am so fucking mad at these people. They don't do this to fucking me. We're gonna fucking ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every fucking weekend we have to. Like, this is never over. I win, they fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works. Little fucking kites. They get ruled by people like me. Little fucking octoroons. My ancestors fucking enslaved those pieces of fucking shit. I rule the fucking world. Those pieces of shit get ruled by people like me. They look up and see a face like mine looking down at them. That's how the fucking world works. We are gonna destroy this fucking town.
So you have Richard Spencer repeatedly asserting his dominance. They don't do this to me. I win, they lose. That's how the world works, right? This is a raw, visceral enactment of the reputation game, right? The agent is trying to manipulate how other people see him. He's just been humiliated by reality. He's trying to force other people to recognize his worth in his own view, and he's trying to construct his own identity. Right? This is a performance of a claim to high value in the face of humiliation. Right? He's not just simply expressing his beliefs. He's reacting to how he and his group are viewed, how his status is threatened. Right? We all tend to internalize other people's view of us. So now Rich is turning his anger into a spectacle of superiority. He's trying to prove his value in the eyes of other people on their scoreboard. So we have all these institutions and social structure that reduce our autonomy. Richard Spencer is lashing out. Right? He's internalized the logic of domination, the feedback loops of value. His rage is a proof of his dependence on how other people see him. So in Richard Spencer's case, we see this attempt to dominate that really backfires and diminishes him. He's trying to continually assert, to win the spectacle, to dominate reputationally. He's not free from our system of status. He's embedded in it. He's compelled to act within its logic of us versus them, victory versus loss. He repeatedly declares, I rule the world. They get ruled by people like me. These are rhetorical attempts to escape humiliation and servitude. Right? But they testify to the reality we all know ourselves by the value that other people ascribe to us. So this is an attempt at freedom that kind of devolves into a performance of dominance. Right? And the rant is so powerful because Richard recognizes that his reputation is not a trivial, cosmetic, or optional thing. It is a social force that will shape his claims of identity, knowledge, and power. Right? Spencer is not coerced externally into this reputation game, but he behaves and yells as though he must validate his worth in other people's eyes. So Richard has this repeated line, they don't do this to me, I win, they lose, right? This is a man like you and me who's obsessed with control, not with truth. Right? Freedom is redefined as his right to rule other people within a particular status hierarchy. And so he claims control and dominance to hide his dependence on the very group and system that he's trying to dominate. So this is a performance aimed at reaffirming his identity to himself, to his imagined audience. It is a ritual. It is theatrical. It is a spectacle. It is a person unleashed in the reputation economy, hoping that appearance will replace truth. He's trying to measure himself entirely by the regard of others, both from his enemies and his peers. His conscience is outsourced. And he recognizes that his internal conviction is not enough. He wants other people to view him a certain way. He screams because his reputation, his imagined superiority, has been punctured. This rage is his nervous system revolting against his reputational collapse. Right? He rages against his emotional servitude. He's filled with anxiety. Right? His outburst is not rebellion, it's a confession. He has internalized the world's gaze so deeply that his sense of worth and identity depends on it. And so he must shout to preserve the illusion of control. Right? He is acting within voluntary epistemic servitude. He's acting freely, but within the parameters defined by other people's valuation of him. Right? This is the id of our reputational age. This is the raw voice of a human animal whose pride system has been triggered and humiliated. So you've got reputation, humiliation, identity collapse in raw domination language. His eruption isn't ideological, it's reputational. He's been publicly humiliated after what he thought was going to be a triumph of his performance of high status in Charlottesville. His rage is the primitive reaction of a pride system that's been shamed. So when we define our worth through dominance and then find ourselves mocked, diminished, humiliated, we experience it as an existential injury, right? His words, they don't do this to me. That shows his pride system trying to reassert its dominance through verbal violence.
We're coming down here like a fucking 100 times. I am so mad. I am so fucking mad at these people. They don't do this to fucking me. We're gonna fucking ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every fucking weekend we have to.
Right, Richard and his group have just been humiliated. He's desperate. He's trying to rewrite his reputational narrative. He's trying to convince himself and his followers that he is the top dog. He's trying to manipulate his imagined gaze of others, right? He's trying to turn defeat into an illusion of victory, right? His reputation management has lost all moral and epistemic ballast. Truth and reality are irrelevant. Now he's trying to assert and perform his superiority in this symbolic order. He has lost his buffered self. He's lost the fantasy that he can generate his own wealth, right? This is recognizing that his sense of worth is completely externalized. So humiliation detonates his whole self. He's not free. He's possessed by this reputational game, and his rant is his emotional servitude. He is enslaved to the gaze of his enemies. He is desperate to restore the illusion of mastery, right? He is claiming power, but he is admitting dependency. He is defining himself entirely in relation to those he claims to rule. Without them, there is no self to dominate. Right? This is the dark, extreme self of the reputational self. Right? This is what happens when we strip away manners, institutions, and euphemisms, and you get this primitive algorithm. Humiliation triggers rage, which triggers an assertion of dominance, which brings momentary relief, and then deeper dependence and humiliation. Now, think about how Nick Fuentes would have reacted in this sort of situation. Right? Both Nick and Richard operate in the same reputational economy. Their status among followers is everything, but their coping style is different, quite different. So Nick Fuentes rarely lets this kind of raw emotion show through. Right? He's rarely as unfiltered as Richard Spencer. When Nick feels cornered or mocked, he shifts into irony and self-parody. Right? He hides behind his smirk, his sarcasm, These give him plausible deniability. He's still winning because he turns his humiliation into a joke. He gets to keep control of the stage even when he's losing the argument. Richard Spencer explodes when he's defeated. Nick Fuentes creates a story. When he's banned and deplatformed, presents himself as the innocent victim of a corrupt system, uses rhetorical moves that convert his humiliation, reputational loss into proof of his righteousness. So he keeps on top of the pride system by redefining his humiliation as evidence of his virtue. So Nick Fuentes is more accurately attuned to his audience. Right, Richard Spencer was more delusional. So Fuentes operates within a tight feedback loop of fans who reward outrage and irony. Nick knows how to perform for his base, to mock the press, to meme the quotes, turn the scandal into engagement. His anger is stylized, it's not spontaneous. So Richard Spencer exhibits narcissistic collapse, right? Humiliation overwhelms his self-control. Nick Fuentes has a more adaptive narcissism. He uses his charm, his humor, his feigned detachment to reinflate his ego without openly breaking down. He'll externalize the blame. He'll cast himself as the prophet misunderstood and persecuted by the system, and he'll keep feeding off the validation of his followers. They both recognize that their self-worth lives in the gaze of others. Spencer responds to his reputational death with raw rage. Nick Fuentes responds with theatrical martyrdom. Right? Richard screams, "I rule the world." Nick shrugs, "They fear me because I tell the truth." So Richard Spencer's meltdown was primitive and self-destructive. Nick Fuentes, performative and self-protective. Richard exposes his dependence on public approval. Nick monetizes the public approval.
This is never over. I win. They fucking lose. That's how the world fucking works. Little fucking kikes. They get ruled by people like me. Little fucking octoroons. My ancestors fucking enslaved those pieces of fucking shit.
So for people like Richard and Nick, their politics, it's not about philosophy and truth. It's about public performance. It's about showing how much value they have. We're persecuted for telling the truth. They're performing every speech, every live stream, every confrontation in a reputational wager. If the world recognizes me, my worth is vindicated. When it doesn't, the result is rage and martyrdom. So the movement is a stage for self-repair. Right? This is the fraught quest for a good reputation. It's dangerous because it fuses self-worth with public attention. And reputation's the only real currency here. Risk and shame no longer register. So what looks like ideology, nationalism, race realism, tradition, anti-Semitism, really is just the rationalization of a wounded pride. So Richard Spencer's post-Charlottesville rant, Nick Fuentes' endless streaming, both show the emotional core is not belief, but status. Who gets to feel superior and who gets humiliated? Right? The rage is epistemic and moral. Right? Both people need the world to see them as right. This is sub-rational. Their need for a good reputation bypasses reason. It's tapped into their ancient circuits of pride, shame, dominance, submission. Right? They're not arguing about ideas. They're fighting to recover face. So the quest for a good reputation quickly becomes addictive. It becomes a performance trap because it produces such intense emotional highs. You get admiration from followers, outrage from enemies, visibility in the media. But it's very easy to become dependent on that feedback. And then you need to become more and more extreme in your performance to maintain attention. So reputation movements will always radicalize even when their ideology doesn't change because the logic of spectacle takes over. Right? Nick must escalate his provocations to maintain his audience. He must engage in absurdly risky acts, more public outbursts, more inflammatory statements. These are the price of staying visible in a competitive market for attention. When reputation is your only proof of self, destruction feels like annihilation. Right? When Richard screams, "They don't do this to me," this is his bid that he matters. Even in disgrace, he is still the protagonist. Right? Their search for reputation has become the non-rational driver that overrides sane self-preservation. So the alt-right makes visible what operates quietly across our lives. Reputational economies replacing moral economies and intellectual ones. The academy, activism, influencer culture all run on the same fuel, just in different register. With Nick and Richard, the mask is gone. You get to see the naked pride system lashing out for recognition. So our fraught quest for reputation is the psychological skeleton of the alt-right. Ideology is only the costume. Right? It is the journey for reputation that is the driving force. So in this Netflix series, Death by Lightning, you have a father who lost 2 sons in the Civil War, and he reframes their death as, well, they sacrificed themselves for an idea. It's not generally what people sacrifice themselves for. People generally sacrifice themselves for reputation and for importance with the people who matter to them. The ending of the 2006 movie Flags of Our Fathers was much more real. Right? They may have fought for their country, but they died for their friends, for the man in front, for the man behind. That's why they die. Right? That's an honest eulogy. Right? Soldiers fight for survival and for the men that they trust. You may get ideas and patriotism, but in battle what keeps men moving is loyalty to one another. Right? It's not country first, idea first, comrade second. It's friends first, nation later, ideas later. Right? People don't endure pain, humiliation, risk because of abstractions. They do it for concrete relationships, for those that they love.
It doesn't take years. I'll tell you a funny story. I mean, for me, it's a funny story. I try to walk a fine line because I happen to believe that if people actually followed their religions, I wouldn't be needed.
Fred Luskin.
That's what I believe. Used. Like I get invited into church. I don't know, church. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I was invited into a church to give a talk, and the minister was really wanted me to talk, and I didn't quite understand this then. This was a decade or more ago, and he comes up to me and says, basically our parishioners are just struggling. We had a bad minister who left, and now there's a lot of bad will, and everybody hates each other, and, there's all this unforgiveness. And I blankly looked him in the eye and said, what do you need me for? Your whole religion's based on forgiveness. And he said, well, he didn't really know what to say. I said, that's the point of your path here. And he said, well, I guess we don't practice it that much. And I said, well, you have technology even. I mean, I know you've been given an injunction to pray for your enemy. So do that. And the amazing news is, if you pray for your enemy, your blood pressure will go down. And your stomach will untighten. I'm going to look at it from that point of view. But you already have the technique. I will tell you that praying for your enemy, there's studies on this. There's a couple of research projects on yoga practices that have used something called mantra, the repetition of a holy thing. But you can say, Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, or may I meet Buddha, or whatever it is. It doesn't matter what the fill-in is. But the repetition of a loving, holy thought in people with some lung problems helps them breathe more fully. And it helps people with cardiac problems relax, because it's the same nervous system. So I said to him, well, just ask your people to practice their faith. It's very hard. They invited me in anyway. I mean, I was trying to, get myself out of business here. It's sometimes easier when people hear it from a secular point of view. I went into what I can say in the simplest terms is your life is going along normally, and your heart rhythm is something like this. It's a sinus rhythm. It's just, it's reasonably even. It has a nice amplitude. It's just like this. And that's put onto a computer screen when they take the jolt. So it's like this. Okay? If you get mad at somebody, well, again, within 100th of a second, this turns to jagged. Your heart's in distress. Just goes like this, and then it's jagged. And the important thing is the amplitude shifts. And when the amplitude shifts, your body for the body, but it's also what's dangerous for the mind. So you're going along like this, and you think, gee, I hate George Bush, or I hate Bill Clinton, or I hate my mother, whatever it is. And then it gets like this. And then it calms down a little bit. And then you think, oh, this traffic is terrible. So it gets like this. And then it goes like this. But you picture the people who have real grudges. Every single day they're saying those kind of things to themselves. This is becoming normal. Okay? If you picture that, and you ask yourself, is this what I want to do to this body, this precious body and this precious gift? Is this what I want to do? Because the anger is in me. The resentment's in me. It's not in them. It's in me. Is this what I want to, is this the gift I want to give this body? The remarkable thing is, so you have your body going like this, your heart rate, and then you get angry. But if you think a deeply loving thought, this gets better. That's what's also so remarkable. This gets better. So you have your normal resting rate, and then you have love. And then you have forgiveness and compassion and goodness. Your heart opens to it on a physical as well as a literal level. I can't believe that's a mistake. And I can't believe, and this is me, that we weren't meant to discover the science of this. The rudimentary tools we've had for 3,500 years, when the yogis were the first people to know that positive emotion was good for you. And then saints have been saying this forever. I mean, there's no improvement on the prayer of St. Francis. There's no way to improve that. But imagine that there's a little bit of a technology and an EKG reading that shows you that if you say the prayer of St. Francis, I find that wonderful. And I think that's the natural progression of human beings. You know, as their minds become more able to hold science.
The commentary podcast.
And conservative media.
Matthew Continetti.
We have, I think there are 3 points that we should pursue here. One is this question of whether Biden was president in the last 6 months of his presidency in a fundamental sense. Was he making the decisions to move carrier groups? Talk about big decisions, right? Move carrier groups, how things were going between Russia and Ukraine and our role in them. And then, of course, the post-election questions involving the use of presidential power at the end of the term, which are often controversial, including the use of pardons, but also the drafting of executive orders that attempt to gum up the works for the next president by creating new facts on the ground the next president then has to reverse if they haven't been done by legislation. So when Biden announced that he was not running for re-election and that Kamala Harris should be the nominee, it wasn't just a talking point when people like us said, if he can't be the nominee, he should probably resign the presidency and let her be president. That is how our system works. She's the vice. If the president becomes infirm or cannot perform his duties, there is a backup politician elected by the American people who can take on that role. And if we understood that he was resigning on the basis that he had demonstrated cognitive incapacity to continue as a candidate, he had demonstrated cognitive incapacity to continue as president. And somehow that never rose higher than a kind of debating school argument that we would have and other podcasts would have and people would have. And I never quite understood why, but I think there's now a through line from what happened before he was shown up in the debate, 3 weeks of that bizarre backdoor campaign to get him to quit with George Clooney's op-ed and leaks from Obama, this, that, the other thing, and then onward, and why the press that supposedly loves a great story and loves, there's nothing more than like controversies of this sort that could really, because they were in on it. They were in on it from 22, 23 onward. We know that because we were talking about his cognitive incapacities for the 2 years before he finally acknowledged them with the retirement from the political campaign. But yeah, if you were Joe Scarborough, somebody was inviting you to the White House and you said, my God, he's 110% there. If you're Karine Jean-Pierre, who of course worked for him, she's like, boy, I can't keep up with him. He's so energetic and active.
What is toxic?
Where was Peter Baker? Peter Baker, noble, wondrous, young, now graying old man. But when I knew him, like the best young reporter in Washington back in the late 80s, 21 years old, a phenom, and writing books and being this remarkable presence as a figure of gravitas, but, importance. Like, he's the White House, the chief White House correspondent of the New York Times. He knew. I mean, if I knew, he knew. So why wasn't this a story then? Why isn't it a story now? Because it is a story about the complicity of the liberal establishment in the idea that, A, if you did do something about Biden, you might strengthen Trump, or B, your friend from Skull and Bones is the deputy chief of staff, and you see him every week at brunch, and he's going to be really mad at you. We don't know what the points were that created this conspiracy of silence.
I think Trump weighed heavily in the fact that this wasn't reported. But the other element that I think helped Biden remain in office after he withdrew from the race was Biden's insurance policy, and that was his vice president all along. Biden knew, the people around Biden knew that trusting the presidency with Kamala Harris, even if it was for 6-7 months.
107 days, is that what you're saying?
Well, but remember, she had been president until January 20th.
Okay. 167 days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Would have been a disaster. So this is how cynical Biden and his crew were. That not only were they hiding the reality, but they had their backup plan, which was who would want Kamala Harris in charge. And let's not forget, it wasn't immediately that Biden endorsed Kamala Harris. It was that there was that gap of about an hour where things were a little up for grabs. Because again, that's a roll of the dice that the people who knew her best were not willing to take.
But something else, Austin's disappearance, right? That's the kind of thing that happens, goes without consequences in an administration where the executive is already an absentee leader.
Case, right? You keep your friends close, your enemies closer, you keep the circle close, and if you don't have the mafia powers to, like take somebody out and leave the gun and take the cannoli, you better keep them, in the house so that they don't fire out. But the question here is the people who weren't officially in the house. The liberal establishment in the United States, as represented by the media, as represented by House Democrats, Senate Democrats, all kinds of politicians in the United States, they were there. They saw when he thanked dead people, when he started having conversations with dead congresswomen he thought were in the front row, and stumbling on stage and falling down and having to take the back staircase off Air Force One because he could no longer be trusted to go down the front staircase of Air Force One.
In 2022, he had to go to bed instead of meet with the German chancellor, right?
The president is the only person who's elected by all the people. If his aides can just figure out some way to cool him out, then we are in a banana republic, or we're in some kind of like weird pre-revolutionary phase of the United States. So it's good that they created this thing where someone has to write a letter.
Right, talking about the 25th Amendment. So here's the news media cliche about Nick Fuentes, and it's embodied here by a Washington Post news report from the past week. The resurgence of 27-year-old Fuentes, who has argued that immigrants and organized Jewry are conspiring to extinguish the white race, has set off bitter infighting among conservative influencers over whether he should be tolerated or denounced. I mean, surely there are other options, right? We're in a situation where, according to ChatGPT, as of today, there's no verified case where a self-identified groyper has murdered someone. So this framing of tolerance or denounce is a false binary. I remember saying to my therapist, I don't know whether I should just walk away from my friend or confront my friend. And my therapist said, well, why do you need to do either? And because I learned not to react, all right, my friend eventually ended up getting me a valuable job. So you can ignore Nick Fuentes, you can analyze Nick Fuentes, you can engage critically and selectively, you can acknowledge his presence and keep strict boundaries, you can quarantine, you can reframe, right? Instead of responding to him directly, you can redirect attention to constructive versions of his concerns, you can practice studied neutrality. Right? There are all sorts of different approaches to the Nick Fuentes challenge. Right? We hear a lot about toxic masculinity. What about toxic femininity?
Toxic femininity. If there are distinctive masculine vices, I think we can concede that there are. There's a lot of talk about toxic masculinity. It's a regular subject of discussion. What are the feminine vices in that story?
Gossiping, inability to deal with conflict directly, and kind of suppressing conflict and aversion to directness, which naturally in a workplace is a big problem because you need to be able to give direct feedback to people, including negative feedback.
But how would you imagine a landscape where the equivalent, the fairness you have in mind, right, that you think is absent in how men and women are treated? Are you going to have a man sue for, the hostile work environment, complaining that his female coworkers gossiped too much or didn't argue with him enough?
Or that I was reprimanded for giving what I thought was really straightforward, clear feedback to somebody, that she then reported me to HR and said I was being abusive. That happens all the time. And that male veterinarians are more likely to own their own practices, whereas female veterinarians prefer not to because being an owner involves more financial risk and longer and less flexible hours. So the shift from a male-dominated profession to a female-dominated profession in the area of veterinary medicine has led to corporatization, that we've gone from a world where most veterinarians own their own practices to one where most veterinary practices are owned by private equity, which has not been entirely without problems for the pets and farm animals of America. But I am willing to state that corporatization aside, the feminization of veterinary medicine has not led to the collapse of society and is unlikely to do.
We're not just talking about sort of workplace dynamics, right? We're talking about academia failing to solve serious problems, journalists failing to report the whole truth about the world, right? Like, this is your critique of feminization. I think it is a reasonable critique of things that wokeness did. But you can find plenty of historical case studies where regimes, systems, forms of government.
Yeah, I think the thing that offends a lot of people about diversity statements, especially for new applicants to jobs, is that it's not a clear ticking the box. Are you gonna treat people fairly or not? It's show me how much you care about diversity. Prove to me that you are really on board with this wokeness.
By your defense of the communist loyalty oaths, if it were less of a discursive essay, and
are there professions that you look at and you're like, honestly, I don't think, I wouldn't want this profession to be required to have this amount of maternity leave, right? Where there is a certain kind of ruthless competitiveness that is important to the truth-seeking that is the work of capitalism, right? And that maybe there is some room for being more solicitous of female difference and dependency in the workforce. But if you go too far, you're just losing that edge. You're not just, you can't sort of segment it off and say, if you work for Elon Musk, you don't get maternity leave, but everywhere else you do. There's a larger culture here that is endangered by sort of making the workplace bend more to dependence?
I think part of it is that
So one of the more fashionable lies among the most educated is this idea of the buffered self, the independent self, that we can become emotionally sober, right, and not be dependent on other people's perspective on us. And it's nonsense. So here's an example of these fictions.
That life is not fair. There's no rule that life has to conform to my expectations. It's the other way around. So, yeah, that's what stood out to me the most.
God, it's such an important awareness, isn't it? And epiphany for me. I mean, when I realized that I had done what Bill had talked about, is that I had turned things around, right? I expected life to conform to my expectations instead of figuring out how I could meet the challenges that life was setting before me.
And our dependence on other people is not a flaw, right? Other people are essential, right? Our tribe is essential, right? We are social beings. We need to attach. We need to develop reciprocity. We need other people, right? You want to be flexibly interdependent, right? There's no point in engaging in this fantasy of complete self-sufficiency.
Over in workshops, and other people are doing study groups with the book. A lot has happened. There's been a lot of water that's passed under that bridge of emotional sobriety. And what I've done the last couple days, probably the last week, I've kind of stepped back and I've tried to look at the landscape of emotional sobriety. And I want to share those reflections for you, which will kind of be, I think, kind of a summary of what we know today.
And I'm a big fan of this guy, but he's speaking from the mountaintop. He's gone on this courageous journey, and now he's trying to bestow his wisdom on the rest of us. But he is promoting fiction.
Today, and what we have learned as we've started this journey, or as I've started this journey and shared it with you. And, you know, as you heard Tom Rutledge say, and Tom Potash, and anybody that's been here, we've all been growing together with this. My understanding of emotional sobriety.
Right, this notion that you can grow into complete independence and just decide everything within your buffered self is a fiction.
Has really deepened because of these Thursday night workshops and us every week staying, you know, present to what is emotional sobriety and what does it mean in our life. And with that kind of discipline and practice we've had for over 4 years now, I'm starting to really integrate this stuff at a very, very deep level in my life, and I hope you are too. So with that being said, let me share the slides I prepared for tonight. A hallmark of emotional sobriety is developing a consciousness of our experience and what it means. And so we really approach our life with this curiosity about how come I'm reacting this way? What does this mean for me? Now,
Okay, I had the wrong video up here. Let me see if I can get to my point.
Every other animal heads away from the storm. The buffalo turns and walks towards it.
Right. It's not true, and it's not a good example. Right? It's not that the buffalo is the only animal that walks towards the storm. Right? It's a folksy meme. Bison will face into storms at times to reduce wind exposure. They don't uniquely walk towards storms. That's not a moral lesson that we should take on. Right? They're not the only species to choose to move into adverse conditions. Right? Don't build a doctrine on an animal fable. Right? Don't deliberately walk into storms. It's a bad idea.
Interesting, isn't it? Huh?
No.
The buffalo walks towards the storm. I think, you know, when I think about that, is that my whole life.
Don't walk towards unnecessarily painful situations.
I would walk away from difficulty. I would walk away from pain. I would walk away from...
That's because we're evolved that way.
from my anxiety. I would even deny at times I had that. It was like I had this idea that Bill shared when he talks in his letter about this idea of perfect security. I thought that being okay meant not having any negative emotions like that, not having any challenging. What part did you do that? I've been sweating all day, by the way.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm not alone. Just when the basic flaw had always been dependence.
Dependence on other people is reality. It's not a flaw. It's not something that you graduate from.
Almost absolute dependence. I just could feel like just got very...
Start to realize what it means.
Right. He says that we should be independent, right, and recognize that we can just be emotionally sober without regard for our inherent vulnerability to other people. It's a fiction.
Big deal. It really is. It really is. It really is. I can resonate with that. But what makes you sweat about it? That in the best possible way. You see, emotional sobriety is in so many ways. It's the result, as we've just come through talking about the 12 steps and how they're really designed to help us find emotional sobriety. Bill said that.
They're not. This idea of emotional sobriety is an idea by Bill that is a fiction. Now, it may be a useful fiction. It developed much later. But emotional sobriety is a minor and a later theme in AA writing and talks. Right? The 12 steps were not designed for emotional sobriety. So overclaiming design is false. Right? Use the 12 steps pragmatically. Don't rewrite history to try to make this totalizing psychology. And this idea that we can just graduate from ever blaming other people is another silly fiction.
You accepted the situation. What do you think you'd lose? What meaning does that have to you? Blame becomes irrelevant and is negligent in our consciousness.
That's not true, right? We never get to graduate to a place where blame means nothing, where accountability means nothing. Accountability matters. Causation, fault are often absolutely essential for safety, for justice, setting boundaries, for seeking appropriate deterrence, right? Pretending that you can graduate from casting blame is nonsense, right? It enables abuse. It re-traumatizes people, right? Yeah, you want to be able to regulate yourself so you can think clearly, and then you want to apportion blame and responsibility accurately and then act on it so that you move away from people and situations that are bad for you and you can move towards people and situations that are good for you.
Instead, we focus on the meaning of what has happened and the best way to cope with it. We don't look for who's at fault. We look for what we need to do.
There never comes a point in life where looking at who's at fault is meaningless.
Say that I didn't hear most of what you said because, and what I do control, I really need to pay attention to, and it's.
We never get to be in control, right? We can have more or less control, but trying to seek out more control than is adaptive is maladaptive, is bad for us, right? We're always porous, vulnerable human beings.
And there's two things in our mind. This is oversimplified, I'm sure, but two things in my mind that I'm in control of. And I've known for a long time anyway, the idea that it's up to me to decide how I'm going to respond. You know, that you and I have talked about that responsibility. It's like my job is to, but only
we're evolved to have all sorts of responses before we ever rationally decide anything.
I think only fairly recently have I really gotten my head around, or it's gotten thinking into me, that the other place in my mind I have control of is meaning.
We don't control meaning, right? Neurobiology, trauma, power, material constraints will continually shape what meaning is available to us. Right? This kind of global reframing is denial of reality. Right? We can be cognitively flexible without gaslighting ourselves.
I am always in charge, and this is.
You're not always in charge, right? The situation's in charge.
Because what I notice is when I bring this up with people start to get pretty defensive sometimes.
Right, they're defending reality.
Because it's really taking away victimization.
Right, sometimes people really are victims.
It's like you get to determine what the meaning of this is. It's like
my differentiation was how I was stuck. I've been saying that a lot. I was stuck in my development. I was stuck in that it's all about me syndrome.
Well, that is how we evolved to survive, that we interpret things primarily in terms of what it means for me and for those I love.
And life should be easy kind of thing. And now that I've started to grow up, I've embraced the opposite of that. I know it's going to be a challenge. And today, the real issue is being able to walk towards that storm. Walking towards the storm is a really bad idea usually. Don't do this. This is terrible advice. That difficult situation, instead of running away.
Don't walk towards terribly difficult situations if it would be more adaptive to avoid them.
Away from it and being able to see what I can learn about myself or about themselves. It was pretty amazing. But at one point it was really scary to go there. We pressure ourselves to change rather than pressuring everyone else to change to meet our needs.
Sometimes, right, we need to put pressure on other people, right? Not everything is just about you as an individual. Many problems are systemic, relational, social, right? You need to engage in healthy levels of influence, negotiation, reporting, legal remedies, right? Work inside and work outside. Work on yourself, develop your self-regulation. Plus, we're all conditioned and incentivized to construct the niche around us in the most favorable way possible.
We only do what we can do with an open hand, or offer what we can offer with an open hand. We don't do it if we can't get there. We don't blame others for our discontent. We take responsibility for the experience we're having in life, for the existence that we've created. I create my existence as an adult, no one else.
We don't. We are co-created by reality, by other people, by our families, by our tribe. We never get to graduate from our vulnerability to others.
Yes, it's been influenced by my past. There's no question, but it's my ability to be able to deal with that and create the life.
The past is never past, right? The past is always with us. We don't get to graduate from the past. The past continually shapes what is presently available to us, right? Dealing with it, right? That helps, but it doesn't erase the constraints from injury, illness, poverty, right? All sorts of things that have happened to us. We have some flexibility. We can improve our range of responses. We don't get to have this kind of total reset.
Life I want to. My past does not have to determine who I am.
Your past will determine in large part who you are.
Unless I don't deal with it. Then my past will become my present in so many ways.
Your past is always in your present. You never get to graduate from the past being your present.
Transformation that's taking place creates this new consciousness. And with this new consciousness, a higher level of consciousness, we begin to live by our new truth rather than the old lie. You know, we hear in the program all the time that until we let go of our old ideas, the result is nil. Well, what is this old lie? This old lie is that life and reality has to conform to my expectations for me to be okay.
We are driven by evolution to continually shift our niche and reconstruct it in ways that are favorable to us.
It's an if only.
I remember early on in therapy, I said to my therapist, I want to be just fine inside no matter the situation I find myself in. And that's silly. You want to place yourself in the situations that are most suited for your thriving.
Things would go my way consciousness. Our consciousness really creates this idea that my well-being is so dependent on people, places, and circumstances.
our well-being is heavily dependent on people, places, and circumstances. We never get to graduate from that vulnerability.
As we develop our maturity, we start to realize that we've had this whole thing turned around. That it's up to us to find the best way to meet our world, to meet our challenges, to meet...
Right. We never get to be independent of our family, extended family, our tribe, our community. It's not really up to us and our own rational, strategic, autonomous decision-making to chart the best path in life. We're heavily determined by our genetics, our past, and our community.
Reality. And that we have to let go of the expectation that reality will be what we want it to be, and instead orient ourselves to the fact that we are the ones that are going to be challenged by reality, and that purpose and meaning in our life comes from how we meet those challenges. So we go from an I'm okay if consciousness to an I'm okay even if consciousness.
Yeah, it simply doesn't work. Right? You're not going to be okay if you have no money. You're not going to be okay if you desperately need medical care. You're in constant pain and you can't secure the medical care that you need. You're not going to be okay if nobody cares about you.
My slides with you tonight on the landscape of emotional sobriety. Bill says in step 12 at some point, he goes, "For it is only by accepting and solving our problems that we can begin to get right with ourselves."
We don't always get to solve our problems, right? It's really not, we don't have as much strategic, autonomous, rational power as he pretends here.
Right. It's just, they sound exactly like Ibram Kendi and Robin DiAngelo. Exactly like them. You wind these people up, and they will scream Nazi, racist, and bigot at you if you just screw with them on Israel. This is all to say nothing of the discourse that emerged about Zoran Mandani, where somehow this very kind of standard DSA leftist from Queens, who emerged out of the same political climate and environment as AOC, this kind of politics. He's an ardent supporter of every last aspect of the LGBT agenda, trans rights, and every other kind of, he called the NYPD anti-queer just a few years ago. His wife works. She walks around in miniskirts and standard Western clothing. They're just a very standard young left liberal Queens couple. But because he's Muslim and a critic of Israel, it just became standard language in pro-Israel conservative politics to call him a jihadist, someone who wants to implement Sharia law. I mean, it's just a joke. But they look at him, they see this Muslim, and so they automatically say, oh, that's a jihadist, suggesting he would be happy with terrorism. Do you think these people have any credibility at all to pretend that what offends them about Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is the fact that they're racist and bigots? Do you think these people have any credibility at all to pretend that that's what is driving this? Here's Ted Cruz on Fox News talking about Mandani.
Look, last night was a disaster. It was an electoral blowout. The results in New Jersey were disastrous. The results in Virginia were terrible. The results in New York, Comrade Mandani is the face of the Democrat Party. We have an actual communist jihadist. And it's important to note, Mandani is not a socialist. He is a full-on communist. He has called for seizing the means of production in our economy. He is a All
right, I don't really care about all the communist stuff. I mean, it's a joke. He's a Bernie Sanders Democratic Socialist. He doesn't say he's a communist. He calls himself a Democratic Socialist the same way Bernie Sanders does. There's his wife, by the way, on the Fox News screen. Does that look like a wife of a Sharia law jihadist? But again, this is all grounded in exactly the sort of racism and bigotry that they're now pretending to be so offended by in order to kick Tucker Carlson out of the conservative movement. Here, speaking of somebody who spouts racism on a regular basis, is somebody who is one of Donald Trump's closest confidants, Laura Loomer. I mean, everyone knows if she goes onto Twitter and starts attacking someone who's an official in the Trump administration, even high up people in the national security world or wherever, she calls up Donald Trump and those people get fired. She's incredibly influential with Donald Trump. She's one of his closest confidants. You won't find anybody more overtly racist than Laura Loomer, overtly more bigoted than Laura Loomer. But the difference between Laura Loomer and Nick Fuentes, at least one of the differences, the determinative difference as to why conservatives are insisting that Nick Fuentes be banished, but Laura Loomer has a open door and an open line with Donald Trump, is because Laura Loomer loves and supports Israel and Nick Fuentes doesn't. Here's the sort of thing Laura Loomer says, September 8th, 2024. If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand. Even with Elon Musk's X, the tweet was, the visibility of that tweet was limited because X decided this post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. Laura Loomer has been on a crusade for the last several months to insist that Muslims be banned from all aspects of American life, not be allowed to vote, not be able to hold elective office. Here's Laura Loomer, September 25th. Quote, "We have Sharia law all over America. It's time for the GOP to start cracking down on Islam in America before we turn into the UK or France. We need..."
All right, Laura Loomer does some good work and she does some stupid work, but getting too attached to the outrage economy, it's not good for you. Right? Fred Luskin, author of the great book Forgive for Good, shows a more effective way of living.
So instead of fighting with people about who they didn't like or what it was that went wrong, we taught people to be more grateful. We just went right at it. Breathe and be grateful. That'll work for almost anyone. And I'm simplifying this dramatically, but I'm telling you those work. So if instead of waking up in the morning and thinking, I hate my boss, or my life isn't fair, think something better. Wish somebody well. Very simple. But it smooths out. And if you look at like EEGs, they smooth out. The brain, the stuff from the top part of your brain smooths out. And what's really amazing is when you're really thinking loving, positive thoughts, most of the systems in your body harmonize with each other, which is really something. You can watch a readout of the nervous system and some of the endocrine system and the brain impulses and the heart rate, and they all have the same wave pattern. Now, I believe that's part of the good that happens to people when they have a positive religious experience. I believe that. All I'm saying is from a secular point of view, we can teach through simple practices the ways to calm the mind and body down so you're more likely to have what would be called a religious experience. I direct it towards the mechanism of teaching forgiveness. Very simple. One more thing. At its heart, non-forgiveness is an argument with your own life. That's what it is. And you never win fighting City Hall. And boy, do people try. And the argument is, I should have gotten a better mother, or I should have had a better ex-wife, or I shouldn't have had that traffic accident, or I should have won the Nobel Prize, or, I should have written the great American novel, or I should have, it should have. But at the heart of unforgiveness is an argument with your own life. And that is a losing argument. And every time we argue with our own life, we cause stress. And so what I have come up with, and I'm giving you very simple rudiments of it, is very simple practices that reduce that stress. And we have shown now,
Turns out American President Donald Trump was onto something.
Where are you from?
BBC.
Okay. Here's another beauty.
It's a good line. Impartial, free and fair.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that criticism of the BBC and John Sopel, who was talking to there, apparently was well-founded, because the so-called impartial and accurate public service broadcaster is nothing but.
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President...
Because tonight the BBC is facing serious questions over its credibility after the Daily Telegraph exposed a panorama segment that heavily doctored a speech by the American president in 2021, hours before the infamous January the 6th Capitol riot. As you're about to hear, the corporation spliced together two quotes 1 hour apart to make it seem like he encouraged an insurrection.
They played the following clip.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell.
But Trump didn't, in fact, say this at all. The BBC spliced together two clips that took place 54 minutes apart. So let's go through it again.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
Now, see there, between Capitol and, that's a cut. Here's what Trump actually said.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
It's different. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that he then said the second part of the BBC's version.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we fight. We fight like hell.
That is damning stuff. Now, this, of course, is coming from the holier-than-thou BBC that even has its own so-called fact-checking service named BBC Verify that they claim counters disinformation. Oh, the irony.
So I was telling you about this 2017 book on reputation. And here's an anecdote at the beginning of this book. Right, January 9, 1993, in a house between Switzerland and Jura. Never heard of Jura. There was a bloke, Jean-Claude Ramon. He murdered his wife. He murdered his two children, ages 5 and 7. He murdered his parents. He murdered his family's dog. He then tried to kill his mistress. And then he tried to kill himself. So he set his house on fire. He swallowed sleeping pills. He fell asleep. He hoped to never wake up. But contrary to his plan, he regained consciousness. He awakened unexpectedly from a coma. He survived. Then he was charged with committing these atrocious acts. He was convicted and he was imprisoned. And so why did he do these terrible things? Right? Because he had constructed for himself a bogus reputation. He had claimed to be a successful doctor working at the World Health Organization in Geneva. He pretended to be a friend of important politicians and internationally renowned researchers. But the whole picture was fabricated from top to bottom. It was an enormous lie. He never completed his medical studies, and for 10 years, rather than working as the doctor he pretended to be, he frittered away days inside of his car in the WHO parking lot in Geneva, or he loitered in the woods, or he loafed around in cafes until it was time to go home. He meticulously cultivated his false identity. He took home flyers and brochures he picked up at the WHO library that was open to the public on the ground floor of the organization's headquarters. So when he would claim he was away on business, he stayed at a modest hotel near his home where he'd watch TV, he'd peruse guidebooks describing whatever country he was supposed to be visiting. He never neglected to call his family every day to tell them what time it was in Tokyo, Brazil. He always returned from these absences with gifts that seemed to come from the countries where he'd allegedly been. So he carefully tended and honed his make-believe existence, his spurious reputation, as if it were the love of his life. And he clung so implacably to his fictional identity when the facade crumbled due to money problems, his frantic urge to defend his palace of lies led him to murder his entire family lest they discover the scandalous truth. So what was his real life? Was it the one that his family thought he lived, full of success and trips and international recognition, or the one that he alone knew about, his insipid existence, reading in his car, killing time in squalid cafes, or aimlessly hiking the mountains? Right? His second life existed only for him. So how real was it? No one else knew about it. It was socially invisible. He experienced it exclusively as a means to an end. It was significant only as a way for him to keep up his elaborate charade, to maintain the pretense of this dream life that his family imagined he was living. Then, after the murders, friends from his village realized that his entire life had been a fraud. And then he ceased to exist for them. He was no longer the man they had known. And all of us have two egos. All of us have two selves. We have parallel and distinguishable identities who make up who we are and affect how we behave. We have our subjective experience, and then we have our reputation, right? That reflection of how other people, we think, see us, our social identity, and then how we see ourselves being seen by others, right? The looking glass self, right? This second ego woven from multiple strands, incorporating how we think the people around us perceive us and judge us. It's a painful, demanding world, and one of the ways that we can more effectively deal with it is by listening to people like Fred Lusker.
Only a few. Lowers depression, lowers blood pressure, lowers stress, does your laundry. But it doesn't give you enough brain power to bring a question. It makes you more efficacious. Forgiveness, just like all the virtues, is simply latent within each of us. It just rests there waiting for us to tap it. It just says, I'm here. You find me when you want me. You can be angry and pissy and self-righteous for 170 million years if you want. I'm just waiting here. It's just there. It's latent. And when we encourage people to go there, there's something that happens to the human being when goodwill touches them. You know, I happen to believe that's what the religious traditions are saying. That something happens to the human being when goodwill resides in us. That's what I believe. But you can use all sorts of methods to get there, as long as a few things are understood. That you want to stop arguing with life as best you can. You want to search for the good in life, not just notice what's wrong. You want to work with your nervous system, like you need to work consciously to calm your nervous system. You want to have compassion for the suffering of others, not just yourself, so you see the universality in it. One of the things that keeps people from forgiveness is narcissism. That it's my suffering, not the suffering. You know, one of the things that you'll find if you study history is that it's exactly the same as now. When my son was younger, he used to like watching all the different ways that people would kill each other in movies. That was the theme that I got out of what he liked about movies. And I remember, so I went with him to like 3 movies over a period of a couple days. And you know, one of them was probably one of the Middle Earth ones, and another one, so here's that, and they're killing each other, and another one is from the 1700s where people were killing each other, and then one was in the future. But I was struck by, like, the commonality of human hatred and righteousness, but the mechanisms changed. So in the past, you know, they threw rocks and they put them on fire. And in the future, they were launching intergalactic things, and 200 years ago, they shot cannonballs or whatever. But the harshness behind it was exactly the same. And every human being who had a loved one killed, I would imagine, experienced very similar grief. And so when we can distance ourselves just a little bit from the omnipresence of our own woundedness and see it as part of the human experience, that's another pathway into forgiveness.
Okay, that will do it for this week. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.